our side as the PSC, as much as we are seen as that organization, that Chapter 10 institution that is supposed to deal with the public, the issues of the public service only, amongst our mandates is that to uphold the constitutional values and principles. And enshrined in that and leading up to that is obviously the issues of social justice. Social justice is very important for us. And it's very easy as bureaucrats to say, oh, this is not our mandate. We don't have to go out and go and interact directly with the public when they have problems with service delivery, or they need to engage a service delivery partner and they're not getting the requisite services. It's easy to say that. However, in every human being, we are all from communities. We are children of communities. We have been raised with communities. And we should, as the Public Service Commission, be the first ones to espouse the values of the constitutional values and principles. So we should be espousing it right at the start. And in doing so, we do deal with social justice issues. We do not respond as bureaucrats and say, this is not our mandate, let's send it somewhere else, refer it and forget about it.
Now, the other area that we do is what we call citizens forums. So in citizens forums, we will choose a location in the country where we go and meet with the leaders in that location, municipality, to say, abantu bemphakathi bakule ndawo, iziphi izidingo zenu uhulumeni angakazivezi. Then they will tell us, it's home affairs, it's health, it's this and that, police and so on. And in doing so, we realize that, oh, okay, these services are national, amanya provincial, amanya local. And interesting things is, Majal, is that we also find that some of the services are actually for the private sector. And they say, anginayo a bank account. So it makes it difficult for me to actually get my salary, my grant, my social grant, because I don't have bank card. So as Public Service Commission, we call on all those stakeholders and we brief them. We say, on a date like this, we are going to a community in Mandeni. We want you, because we have got the responsibility to hold, the executive and the accounting officer accountable. Okay. We call them, we say, on this date, we are going with you. We want answers. All right. People want answers on this. But the last thing that I just want to reflect
very quickly, Ms. Irene,
is the issue of the constitutional values and principles. We have the responsibility to promote that. And amongst others is making sure that we respond to the needs of the people. We bring in public participation, transparency, so on and so on.
PSC News, all matters, good governance.
They are now proudly South African citizens. And I think because United is excited because it's going to apply for tertiary education next year, and this puts him in a position to can even secure part-time jobs.
I would like to express our sincere appreciation as the Public Service Commission to this Home Affairs Office in Brakpan. The case is about three siblings that since 2019, the brother, whose name is Kosinati Mkwebane, came to apply for an ID document here, but he could not be assisted after both parents passed away, the mother passing away in 2010 and the father who passed away in 2006. So through the intervention of the Public Service Commission, within its Directorate of Rapid Response, they have been assisted.
I would like to thank the Public Service Commissioner for the great work they have done for us after we've been struggling with our IDs for almost more than 5 years from now. But when they intervene, things got speed up quickly, because now we got our IDs within 4 weeks.
PSC News, all matters, good governance.
a professional public service staffed by skilled, committed, ethical people is critical to an effective state and ending corruption and patronage as well as wastage. Now, in response to the State Capture Commission and in line with the framework for the professionalization of the public service, integrity assessments will become mandatory requirements for recruitment to public servants, and entry exams will also be introduced. We are amending legislation and strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission to ensure that qualified people are appointed to senior management positions and to move towards creating a single, harmonized public service.
I think from our side as the PSC, as much as we are seen as that organization, that Chapter 10 institution that is supposed to deal with the public, the issues of the public service only, amongst our mandates is that to uphold the constitutional values and principles. And enshrined in that and leading up to that is obviously the issues of social justice. Social justice is very important for us. And it's very easy as bureaucrats to say, oh, this is not our mandate. We don't have to go out and go and interact directly with the public when they have problems with service delivery or they need to engage a service delivery partner and they're not getting the requisite services. It's easy to say that. However, in every human being, we are all from community. We are children of communities. We have been raised with communities. And we should, as the Public Service Commission, be the first ones to espouse the values of the constitutional values and principles. So we should be espousing it right at the start. And in doing so, we do deal with social justice issues. We do not respond as bureaucrats and say, this is not our mandate, let's send it somewhere else, refer it and forget about it.
Now, the other area that we do is what we call citizens forums. So in citizens forums, we will choose a location in the country where we go and meet with the leaders in that location, municipality, to say, abantu bemphakathi bakule ndawo, iziphi izidingo zenu uhulumeni angakazivezi. Then they will tell us, it's home affairs, it's health, it's this and that, police and so on. And in doing so, we realize that, oh, okay, these services are national, amanye provincial, amanye local. And interesting things is, Majal, is that we also find that some of the services are actually for the private sector. And they say, anginayo a bank account. So it makes it difficult for me to actually get my salary, my grant, my social grant, because I don't have bank account. So as Public Service Commission, we call on all those stakeholders and we brief them. We say, on a date like this, we are going to a community Emandeni. We want you, because we have got the responsibility to hold, the executive and the accounting officer accountable. We call them, we say, on this date, we are going with you. We want answers. All right. People want answers on this. But the last thing that I just want to reflect on is the issue of the constitutional values and principles. We have the responsibility to promote that. And amongst others is making sure that we respond to the needs of the people. We bring in public participation, transparency, so on and so on.
PSC News, all matters, good governance.
They are now proudly South African citizens. And I think because United is excited because it's going to apply for tertiary education next year. And this puts him in a position to can even secure part-time jobs.
I would like to express our sincere appreciation as the Public Service Commission to this Home Affairs Office in Brakpan. The case is about three siblings that since 2019, the brother whose name is Kosinati Mkwebane. He came to apply for an ID document here, but he could not be assisted after both parents passed away, the mother passing away in 2010 and the father who passed away in 2006. So through the intervention of the Public Service Commission, within its Directorate of Rapid Response, they have been assisted.
I would like to thank the Public Service Commissioner for their great work they have done for us after we've been struggling with our IDs for almost more than 5 years from now. But when they intervene, things could speed up quickly because now
PSC News, all matters, good governance.
A professional public service staffed by skilled, committed, ethical people is critical to an effective state and ending corruption and patronage as well as wastage. Now, in response to the State Capture Commission and in line with the framework for the professionalization of the public service, integrity assessments will become mandatory requirements for recruitment to public servants, and entry exams will also be introduced. We are amending legislation and strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission to ensure that qualified people are appointed to senior management positions and to move towards creating a single harmonized public service.
I think from our side as the PSC, as much as we are seen as
Yes, it's a seat for you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we are ready, we can start. I am well aware that we are behind time. Maybe if I can get a watch coming so that I can. My name is Commissioner Ngwenya Nancy from the National Office of the Public Service Commission. Honorable Minister of the TPSA, Davezi Tubabu Telezi, the Deputy Minister of the WYPD, who is connecting virtually this morning, our very own chairperson of the PSC, Professor Somatota Figeni, my fellow commissioners present here this morning, Commissioner Mavuso, Commissioner Magaman, the principal of the NSG and the team and your team, our distinguished guests, representatives from government, civil society, and especially organizations working with and for persons with disability. Greetings to you all. Good morning. It is indeed my honor to be here this morning and assigned this a huge responsibility by the Commission to direct this program. The theme of the Integrated Public Service Month this year is the role of public service and administration in strengthening our democracy. This dialogue will then reflect on the state of service to people with disabilities over the past 30 years and look ahead to the future. And as part of the 30th anniversary of democracy in South Africa, we're here to assess how we have upheld our constitutional values and principles concerning disability rights and to scrutinize the effectiveness of our legal and policy framework. Without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to ask the resident commissioner, the commissioner of this province, Gauteng, to come and welcome us, Commissioner VGM Mavuso. You're welcome. Don't be surprised, I've been told I can go and sit next to the minister so that there can be a rub of the anointing. So I'm going. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it a blessed morning? Usually on Thursdays, it is Abomam, Abomtandas who would be going to church, etc. And I think it's a blessed day indeed. I wish to welcome all the esteemed guests, those who are online using different platforms. It is with a profound sense of pleasure and unimaginable honor for me to be here today, to be part and parcel of the engagement in this inaugural dialogue on the state of services to people with disabilities. This moment marks a significant milestone in the history of our fledgling democracy as we gather to reflect on the progress made over the past 30 years, and more importantly, to envision the future ahead. As the quotation normally says, the future depends on what you do today. Permit me, Program Director, to commence by dispensing with the protocols befitting such an august occasion. A special welcome to our distinguished guests. Honorable Minister Ngozi Buthelezi, the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Malitsiga, the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Professor Figeni and fellow commissioners. I would also acknowledge the presence of our principal, we call him our principal, Professor Ngaweni, who is our host today, in the National School of Government. We are honored to have representatives from various departments and institutions with us this morning, who have been tirelessly working in and with this particular sector, facilitating effective and efficient service delivery to persons with disabilities. Your unwavering commitment and collaboration are pivotal in ensuring that we not only reflect on what has been achieved, but also collectively chart the path towards a more inclusive and responsive public service. Today's dialogue offers us a unique platform to critically assess our current position and explore the innovative approaches and strategies required to address the gaps, the flaws, the weaknesses in service delivery for people with disabilities. Our discussion today is not only about looking back at the achievements and challenges over the past 30 years, but also about strengthening our resolve to advance this important agenda as we move forward. If we recall, the white paper on disability, which was issued in 1997, identified several of the factors contributing to unemployment among the people with disabilities, which include low skills level, inadequate education, discrimination in workplaces, unsupportive labor legislation, poor enabling mechanisms, amongst others. It therefore begs the question, and it also behoves us all, and be able to be more analytic in our own perspectives. How much has been done since then to alleviate the plight of people with disabilities? Doesn't the adage, nothing for us without us, resonate with the plight of the people living with disabilities? Once again, I welcome you all and look forward to the valuable insights and discussions that will emerge from today's engagement. Together, let us ensure that our efforts leave a lasting impact on the lives of people with disabilities and pave the way for a more equitable, more accessible, and more inclusive future. Let today not end up being a talk show. Let it come up with concrete solutions and give impetus to affording much needed dignity and pride to people with disabilities. The dialogue is formally open, and let the engagements and interactions begin. I thank you very much.
You will note, ladies and gentlemen, that from time to time I would request assistance, because I'm also disabled and I'm proud to be standing here this morning directing this program. And I'm equally proud of the Public Service Commission to lead by setting an example that indeed people with disability deserve to be recognized and to be appointed in such position. Let me also hasten, ladies and gentlemen, to also acknowledge those of us who are joining this dialogue virtually. The resident commissioner, the commissioner of the Gauteng province has already welcomed us. Without any waste of time, I am going to request our esteemed chairperson, Ubaba Ufikeni, Usomadoda Fikeni, to come and give us the purpose of the dialogue and set the scene for all of us. Chairperson, you are welcomed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ngwenya, Program Director, to our Honorable Minister, Ungosi Buthelezi. I also acknowledge the Deputy Minister, Letsike, Deputy Minister of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I acknowledge my fellow commissioners. I acknowledge the principal of the National School of Government and your team of leaders who have been kind enough to host us. And more importantly, I acknowledge our honored guests today, who should be the center of focus than us. This is not much of our day to tell what should be done, but more of a listening, of an engagement. I just want to start by saying, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, it was on this day, 12th of September, 1977, that a young man, just over 30 years, Steve Bantu Biko, died. He had been taken from Gqeberha, which was then Port Elizabeth, chained at the back of the police van, traveled for 9 hours, naked. And upon arrival, the torture continued until he died. In another setting, Father Michael Lapsley lost his arm in a bomb. In another setting, Justice Albie Sachs lost his arm. And others, countless others, lost their lives. Ruth First, many others. They all were struggling for one thing: to restore human dignity and provide justice and equality in our country. It is on those sacrifices that our new democracy was born. And it is for that reason that our foundation document, the Constitution, in its very first line, in chapter 1, on the founding provisions, it starts by saying, human dignity, the achievement of equality, and advancement of human rights and freedoms is the founding principle. And again, in chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, it enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democracy, the democratic values. And it again mentions human dignity, equality, and freedom. And again in chapter 10, on the values and principles of public service, it talks of inclusion. Public service should be inclusive. And it says it must be accountable, must be transparent. And it specifically says that the needs of the people must be responded to. And your own motto, as Commissioner Mavuso has already said, nothing about us without us. should actually be the motto of the entire democratic system, where you say, if you are to decide anything for the people, they should have made an input, and therefore nothing should be about you without us hearing from you. It is with this sense of humility that we come here to learn from you, to hear from you, and not be defensive in the process, but be open to persuasion and be open to learn. As Helen Keller once said, there's nothing more tragic than a person who has an eyesight but no vision. So today we brought some of the departments that you often interface with frequently. And we do have the Minister of Public Service and Administration, who oversees the public service and the issuance of regulations. And we brought in the Deputy Minister as well of the department that often speaks to the persons with disabilities. But we avoid the trap of saying this is your department, because every department should be your department. Whether it is home affairs or communication and digital technologies or mining or anything, there are no limits. Same as women, same as youth, every department touches on your lives. We've come to say, we see you, we hear you, and we try to put ourselves in your shoes. And that in itself, in any communication, they say most effective communication, it's when you listen with an aim of understanding, rather than listen already armed with a response. So, in the effort of trying to humanize public service and inject Ubuntu, we are reminded of Nelson Mandela's observation in 1997. He had seen the new democracy rolling out houses, rolling out electrification, rolling out many other services which they had not seen before. But he reminded us that perhaps we also need to have the RDP of the soul. What is the soul of this South Africa 30 years on? And that soul can be felt through the public service and what services it renders to people. And it is for that reason that we want to put that thermometer, that dipstick, to check what is the soul. Because any strong democracy, any strong society is measured by how it treats its most vulnerable. There are new things that have happened in the past, but we've never had an opportunity to sit down with you to say, how have you experienced those? The COVID-19 pandemic, extremely disruptive, but we've not had an opportunity to say, your community, what was your experience? what should be done differently, because it looks like the frequency of disasters is upon us. We often talk of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence-driven technological revolution. But we have not asked ourselves, how are you affected by that? Or is it creating a digital divide? How can we harness that to your advantage? And I want to close by saying we salute the recent Para-Olympians, our team which carried our flag so high, and it never fails us. In face of all the challenges that they often encounter, but their attitude is always the one of saying, yes, we can. So we've come here to have this dialogue with you, to have a reciprocal engagement with you. We come with humility saying we don't have all the answers, we're not perfect. We come with humility to say, let's turn a new page. We want to appeal to you to be those wounded healers. We are here to learn, we are here to love, and we are here to lift. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I'm teachable. I know now how to control this device. Principal. Thank you very much. The chairperson was here speaking on the purpose of the dialogue and set the scene for all of us. I am going to call him again to come and introduce to us our Honorable Minister, who is in our midst this morning and who's going to address us. I have just indicated that I am also disabled, and I'm happy to be here. And I'm happy to know, Chairperson, that you are aware that nothing about us without us. It's not by choice. To be disabled is not by choice. But if you find yourself in that position, it's your attitude that will determine how far you go. I've always had the desire to prove to prove people wrong, Honorable Minister, to show that I could do things they doubt I could in my disability and in my state. And I am living with a disability. Chairperson, the honor is yours to come and introduce the minister for us, please. Oh, it doesn't need any introduction, that is it. Thank you very much.
No, I am the chairperson going to introduce the minister. Colleagues, good morning. I'm not sure, Prof, whether I should continue to say a word here. I think I'm very much compromised. I would like to greet you, Program Director, Mama Ngwenya. Ngibingelele kuwe Prof Fikeni, naku Prof Ngaweni, the principal, and all my colleagues who are here and our guests. My special greetings goes to Mhlonishwa Baba Nzimande. I'm seeing him there at the back. You know, sometimes I always reflect to my background as to how I was brought up. and all my experiences, I used to complain a lot, trying to ask God critical questions. Among those questions, why me? Even at home, anything that would go wrong, I was the culprit. All the time. In fact, I'm the fifth born, yeah. So when things go wrong, my father will punish me without even asking who is responsible. Up until I developed a particular attitude, you know. Then later, when they discover that it was not me who committed that wrongness, they wouldn't come back to me and apologize. So if you have never been exposed to some of these excesses and shortages, for lack of a better way to express it, I always say, Prof, some of us don't need to be in this space. I've had the privilege of serving in Parliament under the leadership of Babu Nzimande there at the back. I've spoken about you, Pepet, at home many times. I've never seen in my political life a brilliant politician like himself, a humble politician like himself, and a very able person like himself. He was leading us when we're dealing with this issue of expropriation of land and all that. The manner that he led us in that committee were very coherent, you know, just because of his leadership. Hence, I say maybe the expression and the words we use to define things, that's where we go wrong. What exactly do we mean if we say people are disabled? Because you've got ability and disability. So if something is able, then it means it can function, operate. Professor will help me as a principal. But if something is disabled, that something is dead, it can't do anything. When did we start to define ourselves as people with disability? That is why, therefore, we have become a charity case, issues of disability, as we call it. And people living with disability have become more of a charity issue. You've got organizations that form themselves, pretending to take care of them. If you go deeper, they don't care. It's only that through their organizations they are able to mobilize resources just to help themselves and advance their own causes. The fact that we are here today, 30 years to our democracy, we're almost speaking the same language. That's a problem. It's an honor, Program Director, that I'm standing before you here and addressing you on this platform where we are reflecting on our service delivery progress as a collective on matters that pertains to our fellow brothers and sisters, friends and colleagues who somehow have been and continue to be marginalized by the society. I stand here, colleagues, deeply committed to ensuring that our nation becomes a place where every citizen, regardless of their abilities, enjoy full participation in society. As we are gathered for the public service dialogue, I am reminded of powerful slogan that guides our work every day, which has been said here, that nothing about us without us. How far true is this slogan? Is everything about yourselves? Include yourselves? If that's the case, why do we speak of inclusion today if we are already inclusive? This motto alone, colleagues, serves as a constant reminder that people with disabilities must not only be acknowledged, but they must be actively included in shaping the policies and services that impact their lives. Today's discussion under the theme that says service delivery for inclusion, 30 years and beyond, are a continuation of that promise that ensures that our efforts towards inclusion are genuine and meaningful and transformative. I chose deliberately to start with genuine. They must be genuine. And they must be meaningful and be transformative. These discussions will offer us that very rare opportunity where we need to re-examine our commitment to uphold constitutional values and principles concerning disability rights while reflecting on our nation's history of 30 years into our democracy. Prof, this moment is where we need to look back in retrospect during the times before we were consumed by the quote-unquote selfish me attitude, when we were all inclusive and had a sense of belonging, especially when it comes to our brothers and sisters, and when we were our brothers and sisters' keeper too. This is a time, Program Director, where we reflect on our profound principles and values that existed the way before the founding of our Constitution. Because as Africans, naturally, there are principles that have guided us throughout our lives. Principles of Ubuntu, principles of inclusion. Our very nature was never exclusive. We are social beings. We depend on each other. We appreciate each other and accept each other in our different ways and our abilities. When we look 30 years back and beyond this 7th administration, I can assure that Department of Public Service and Administration, which I'm honored to serve, in partnership with the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, led by Minister Chikunga, and represented here by Deputy Minister Letsige, I hope she's still coming, remain dedicated to creating a government that works for all South Africans, including us gathered here, who are differently abled. Our vision as government department is a society where inclusion is the norm, and this dialogue, colleagues, fellow brothers and sisters, serves as a crucial platform where we assess our achievements, challenges, and the road ahead. As we reflect on 30 years of our constitutional promises, it's an undisputed fact, Professor and Principal and the Program Director, that our country's constitution remains one of the most progressive in the world, as it enriches the values of human dignity, equality, and freedom for all. That has been proven over the past 3 decades. As a country, we have made significant strides in incorporating these constitutional values into our delivery frameworks. Our government has developed a comprehensive set of legislative and policy tools aimed at protecting and promoting the rights of persons with disability, such as the Protection of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, which looks into preventing discrimination and promote equality by explicitly addressing the needs of people with disability. Additionally, the National Development Plan emphasizes inclusive growth and calls for systematic changes to remove barriers faced by persons with disability, ensuring fair access to services and opportunities. But despite having some of these most progressive legislation and policy frameworks globally, we must be critical of where we have fallen short as leaders, as well as government departments. We cannot ignore the reality that access to services, employment, and education for people living with disabilities still lags behind. And we are aware that many continue to face barriers that limits their participation in society. Therefore, this dialogue should not be just a reflection on the past and a talk show of the present, but a critical step towards a future where no person is left behind in public service. Our Constitution, which is the cornerstone of our democracy, enshrines the values of equality, dignity, and non-discrimination. These principles are vital in shaping public service delivery, especially for people living with disabilities. It sets forth a clear framework for protecting their rights, as also it is our ethos as Department of Public Service, as we play a central role in ensuring that public services are accessible and responsive to the need of our differently abled fellows. We have embedded principles of inclusion in public sector reforms, ensuring that government offices are not only physically accessible, but are also inclusive in their service delivery. Section 9 guarantees the right of equality and prohibits discrimination based on disability, mandating that all public services be designed and delivered inclusively and accessibly. Section 10 emphasizes the right to dignity, including the right to live free from degrading treatment, which means ensuring that persons with disability are treated with respect and that their needs are met with sensitivity and care. The Constitution also calls for the removal of barriers to access, ensuring that persons with disability can fully take part in all aspects of life. This is a call to action for all public institutions to make inclusivity a core part of their operations. Yet, despite a strong constitutional foundation, Chair, and numerous legislative measures designed to promote inclusivity, however, practical implementation is one of our greatest challenges. In response to the above, the department has embedded principles of inclusion in the public sector by ensuring that government offices are not only physically accessible, but also inclusive in their service delivery. The lived experience of persons with disability often reveal a disheartening gap between policy and reality. I think that is the gap that we should be speaking more about, because we have policies now, we have frameworks, but the reality part where it comes to implementing those. Inadequate access to services, unaccommodating public infrastructure, and systemic barriers continue to hinder the full participation of people with disability in our society. This is a fact. This disparity is not just a failure of policy. It's a profound injustice that undermines the dignity and right of millions of South Africans that are disabled and exposes us as leaders as people who lack care. As our public sector undergoes ongoing reforms, such as professionalization and digitalization, the need for these advancements to be inclusive and accessible has never been clearer. We have also strengthened training for public servants to ensure that they are equipped to serve citizens living with disability, with dignity and respect. Furthermore, our recruitment process now reflects our commitment to increasing the representation of persons with disability in public services. As said by Professor Figen here, COVID-19 pandemic, for example, and later economic challenges have further highlighted the vulnerability of marginalized groups, underscoring the need for a resilient system that cater to those at risk the most. That is why addressing these disparities is not only a moral obligation, but a necessity for building a fair and more equitable society. As we embark on this new chapter under the 7th administration, the focus is deepening these commitments. We aim to expand our digital access, ensuring that persons with disability can access online services as easy as anyone else. South Africa is a signatory to key international agreements, including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which integrates disability inclusion, and in the African Union Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disability. But to effectively mainstream disability, all government departments must align their policies and practices with the principles of inclusivity. Key government departments such as Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, Department of Social Development, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure play an essential role in service delivery. Their effort in mainstreaming disability inclusion must be bolstered through coordinated planning, budgeting, and monitoring processes. Over the past 3 decades, numerous institutions, including the South African Human Rights Commission and Disabled People South Africa, have been instrumental in advocating for the right of persons with disability. These organizations have driven important changes, but the path to full inclusion requires continued collaboration and commitment from all sectors of our society. The statistics look grim, colleagues, given the fact that we have wonderful legislation and regulations. Our most recent census reported 6% of South African, approximately 3.7 million of our people live with disability. Now, despite this significant presence within our society, disparities in access to healthcare, education, and employment remains stark. Only 6% of our public buildings fully comply with accessibility standards, severely limiting the mobility and independence of persons with disability. Colleagues, in accessing social grants, including physical and organizational barrier, further compound this struggle. Therefore, these statistics underscore the urgent need for such a dialogue like this one, because we are gathered here today to discuss these matters with the aim of assessing them and see their effectiveness, the effectiveness rather of our policies as we go forward. This dialogue and the later discussions will also recognize the contributions of institutions collaborating with persons with disability and highlighting the ongoing challenges that we still experience. Importantly, we must also ask feedback from organizations representing persons with disability to identify gaps in the current policy framework and develop actionable recommendations. Also, Prof, having presented here themselves, I wonder how far we are going to take their recommendations. Hence, I said this should not be one of the talk shows. We must have such discussions for one reason and one reason only, that as leaders, when we leave this room, we are going to take those recommendations and implement them without fail. Let me share a brief story that amplifies the profound impact of our efforts. I recall a young woman named Sarah who lived in the most rural part of our country. Despite her disability, she achieved her dream of becoming a public servant. With the right accommodation and support, Sarah not only excelled in her role, but also became an advocate for others with disability, proving the incredible potential that lies in inclusivity. Sarah's story is a testament to the fact that when we commit to creating accessible environments, we unlock immense talent and drive. In our pursuit of these goals, National School of Government plays a pivotal role, Professor. The National School of Government has taken a recommendable step in offering workshops aimed at different audiences to capacitate the state in delivering reasonable accommodation within its operation. These training interventions are designed with inclusivity in mind, ensuring that they are accessible to all participants, including those with disability. For instance, National School of Government provides Braille and Braille-enabled document for computer upon request. When necessary, assistants are present to manage delivery alongside participants, ensuring that everyone can engage fully with the material. These measures are not just about compliance, they are about fostering an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to gain experience and contribute. The content of these workshops is equally important. It aims to sensitize a wide range of stakeholders, from public servants to service providers, about the importance of creating and maintaining a barrier-free, accessible public sector workplace. The focus is on both employee and service user with disability, ensuring that inclusivity is woven into the tapestry of every aspect of our public service. To achieve true inclusivity, colleagues, we must embrace the process of continuous learning. The workshop offered by the National School of Government are built around 3 pillars, which is learning, unlearning, and relearning. By mainstreaming disability into our policy practices and culture of the public service, we are not only upholding the rights of persons with disability, but also enriching our society. The work being done by the National School of Government and that of the Public Service Commission are a vital part of the department's commitment to getting things right. I must therefore commend you for your ongoing dedication to fostering an inclusive public service. However, we know that this is just the beginning. We must continue to build on these foundations, ensuring that public service truly become accessible, equitable, and inclusive for all. The Learn pillar focuses on acquiring new knowledge, skills, and attitude regarding persons with disability and their rights. This is essential. It is essential, rather, that we equip ourselves with the understanding needed to support and empower individuals with disability within our institutions. And learning involves identifying and discarding inappropriate attitude, language, and behavior that creates exclusion and barrier to participate. We must challenge the stereotypes and misconceptions that have long hindered true inclusivity. Relearning requires us to apply the principles of our Constitution and equality law to remove discrimination and foster an inclusive environment. This includes raising awareness, support the rights of persons with disability, and applying the principles of universal design to ensure access and reasonable accommodation for all. The mainstreaming of disability into our public service policies and practices is essential for addressing these challenges. This involves adopting policies that ensure our public service is accessible and responsive to the needs of all citizens. It also means actively implementing the policies and distributing the necessary resources to support them. Government must lead by example in this regard. We must demonstrate a commitment to disability inclusion through comprehensive policy frameworks and establishing mechanisms that monitors and evaluate their effectiveness. This will ensure that our policies are not just words on papers, but tangible actions that make a real difference in the lives and individuals living with disability. This involves providing training and sensitizing programs for public servants, enhancing their understanding of disability issues, and promoting more empathetic and supportive approach. By cultivating an environment where disability is viewed through the lens of capability rather than limitation, we can shift societal attitude and break down the stigma that often accompanies disability. In addition to the ethical and moral imperatives, disability mainstreaming has practical benefit for public sector delivery. When services are designed and with inclusivity in mind, they become inherently more user-friendly and adaptable to a wider range of needs. This not only benefits individuals with disability, but also improve the overall efficiency and effectiveness of public service. Colleagues, I want to mention a few words in relation to the importance of the role of Public Service Commission in this regard. The crucial part of our strategy is ensuring accountability and implementing disability inclusion frameworks. The Public Service Commission has a vital role in this regard. It should conduct regular audits to assess compliance with disability mainstreaming policies and identify areas of improvement. By strengthening its oversight function, the Commission can help ensure that principles of inclusivity are not only adopted, but also effectively executed across all spheres. Professor, I'm confident that you and your team of the commissioners will actively address these issues and ensure that compliance with our legislation is foremost on our agenda. As I conclude, colleagues, 30 years and beyond encourages us to look ahead with a very clear vision, a vision with a future where persons with disability are fully integrated into every aspect of our society. This will require a continued collaboration, not just across government department, but also private sector and broader civil society. I call for all of us to use this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to building a more inclusive society. As we move forward, let's commit to concrete actions by auditing the various departments' practices, by increasing training budget for disability mainstreaming, and by setting measurable goals for accessibility improvements. Let us unite in this journey towards a true inclusivity, recognizing disability mainstreaming is not just about compliance, but about creating a society where diversity is celebrated and everyone can thrive. And to all our colleagues gathered here, as the Department of Public Service and Administration, we stand ready to do our part in ensuring that the next 30 years deliver on the promise of dignity, equality, and inclusion for all, especially people living with disability. I'm sorry to have taken a bit long. Normally, I don't take this long, but thank you very much, Professor and Honorable Commissioner who is directing our program. Thank you so much.
I nearly forgot. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I hope we have been listening and will reflect on the presentation as the Minister has presented, spoken to us. Ladies and gentlemen, Public Service Month is a national program that allows us to reflect on the performance of the public service, share good practices, and address our challenges. This is essential for building the capacity of an inclusive state, as the Honorable Minister has alluded to that. So this annual commemoration is also about engaging across government and society to ensure that we are collectively improving service delivery to all, particularly to vulnerable communities such as persons with disability. I think the Chairperson, Commissioner Fikeni, has alluded to that, to say our democracy thrives when we take into account the needs of those who are vulnerable in our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item, I think we are managing time very well, though we started a bit late. I don't know whether the minister, the deputy minister is ready. The next item on our agenda, we are going to get a keynote address by the deputy minister of the WYPD, Ms. M.S. Litsike. Honorable Minister, the platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Who's also our Commissioner, the Minister of Department of Public Service and Administration, Honorable Ndabezitha Shenge, Chairperson of Public Service Commission, Professor Fikeni, and all commissioners who are here, Principal of the National School of Government, Professor Naweni, members of the executive, officials present, civil society partners, stakeholders, distinguished guests. Good morning. I must apologize for not joining you in person today because of another commitment, but I wish to really extend our sincere commitment to the thematic area that we're dealing with today. It is an honor to address you at this inaugural dialogue to celebrate Integrated Public Service Month. As we gather today, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that persons with disabilities in the public service and in our nation have equal access to services, opportunities, and full participation. This year's theme is improving access, participation, and inclusion of persons with disabilities. This serves as a critical reminder of our responsibility to dismantle the barriers that are preventing persons with disabilities from accessing services in our society. We exercise this fully to wanting to ensure that persons with disability can also exercise their rights accordingly. The dialogue today is not just about creating awareness, but about fostering tangible actions towards creating inclusive environments in the public sector. Over the past 30 years, South Africa has undoubtedly made strides in advancing the rights of persons with disability. Through the legislative and policy framework, such as the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, which is the PEPUDA Act, and also the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, amongst other various aspects. We have set a strong foundation for ensuring equal access to services for persons with disabilities. In education, significant strides have been made through initiatives like Education White Paper 6 on Special Needs Education, which was published in 2001, which emphasized inclusive education system. Although the policy is currently under review, it has undoubtedly led to increased access to special and mainstream educational institutions for children with disability and a broader acceptance of their rights to equality and equal education since the dawn of democracy. There has also been improvement in the health services, such as the implementation of community-based rehabilitation programs, which has enhanced accessibility and provided comprehensive care tailored to individual needs. Moreover, amendments to healthcare policies have facilitated better training for healthcare professionals in disability-specific care. We do need to broaden that so that all health professionals can also ensure that they can provide tailored services and not only just a few collective. But in the main, psychosocial disability is receiving attention through improved legislation framework, where we need to broaden access to mental health services, including broader psychosocial support and care for persons with disabilities. In employment space, the employment opportunities have expanded through affirmative action policies underpinned by the Employment Equity Act of 1998. However, despite our achievements, much remains to be done. The persistent barriers of discrimination, limited access to quality job opportunities, or even the gaps in employment opportunities continue to impede the full participation and empowerment of persons with disabilities. We must acknowledge these challenges candidly and commit ourselves to addressing them with unwavering resolve. Let us take a look at these issues and explore the steps we can take collectively to promote greater access, participation, and inclusion for persons with disability in the public service. Access to public service is a fundamental right for all citizens, including persons with disability. However, persons with disability often face multiple barriers when trying to access essential services such as healthcare, education, or social support. In many cases, the design and the delivery of public service are not tailored to meet the diverse needs of persons with disability. And I did allude to the healthcare issues, which speaks about the lack of appropriate equipment and trained personnel to accommodate individuals with mobility, sensory, as well as cognitive impairments. Similarly, again in the education system, may not also provide reasonable accommodation. Minister, just a week ago, I visited a school in Pretoria where it's accommodating fully, and it's a government institution. It's really focusing on persons with disability. But one of the biggest issues that came out of that school is that while we have full reasonable accommodation, while we have equipments in that school, when learners who are visiting learners, when they go back home, the wheelchairs that they access in school, remember, they are not taking that home, which means that they get home to a space where they do not have the correct equipments that are needed. Secondly, the issue of transport. If we do not have a fit transport system to move persons with disability or children with disability from their home to school, we are really disadvantaging persons with disability. So we need to look at beyond just reasonable accommodation within the education system, but actually in terms of access, affordability, but availability of the correct equipments that are needed to ensure mobility, but also to ensure accommodation of mobility for persons with disability. Because we cannot continue to deprive persons with disability with the equal opportunity to access the correct resources, services, but also to be able to be enabled to succeed even for the future. But what we certainly are sure of is that we need to improve the equitability of access in the public service for persons with disability. It is essential to adopt a disability-inclusive approach to service design and delivery. And this requires not only physical accessibility, but also ensure that public service are provided in a way that is responsive to the unique needs of persons with disability. But what does that mean? If you take the experience of COVID-19, pandemic has underscored the importance of ensuring equitable access to healthcare for all, including persons with disability. Too often, persons with disability are disproportionately affected by health crises because they face greater difficulty in accessing medical care. And to address this, we must invest in the training of all health professionals to better understand the needs of persons with disability and ensure that health services are accessible, affordable, and free of discrimination. This includes looking at the healthcare facility, looking at physically accessible, providing information in accessible formats, and also ensuring that persons with disability are treated with dignity and respect. For us to ensure inclusive education system, one of the most important thing we must appreciate is that education is the most powerful tool for empowering individuals and transforming society. And this will have to go as well for persons with disability to ensure that they access quality education and ensure that they have greater independence and economic participation for that matter. Recent research has shown that many children and adults with disability continue to be excluded from the basic vocational and higher education system due to inaccessible infrastructure, inadequate resource, and lack of trained teachers and lecturers. Our department is committed to working with education sector to ensure that schools and universities, TVET colleges, including skill centers, are inclusive of all learners, for all learners, regardless of their abilities. This involves not only physical accessibility, but also creating inclusive curricula, providing appropriate learning materials, and training educators to support diverse learners' needs. Under the social protection and support service, persons with disability are more likely to experience poverty and social exclusion, and many rely on social protection system for their basic needs. However, social protection programs are often not designed with persons with disability in mind, resulting in gaps in coverage and support. Of course, Minister, you alluded to the population density that we have of persons with disability. And you can look at how we are actually limiting even our social protection. So we need to open up, expand the social protection programs by ensuring that it's disability inclusive. We must provide adequate financial support and access to services such as assistive devices, rehabilitation, and personal assistance. Additionally, we need to address the specific needs of persons with disability in disaster response. And our country just has been going through experiences of disaster in the coastal line, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and many of persons with disability are left behind in those disaster periods where we don't have a disaster plan to respond to the needs and the recovery efforts to ensure that no one is left behind in times of crisis. We must really build on environment that plays a particular role in ensuring, determining, and whether the persons with disability can participate fully in society. Inaccessibility of buildings, transportation system, and public spaces can limit the mobility and independence of persons with disability, and it prevents them from accessing employment, education, healthcare, and other essential services. While our country have progress that have been made in improving physical accessibility, much remains to be done. In many cities and towns, buildings and public spaces are still designed without considering the needs of persons with disability. The public transportation system, many lacks ramps to no ramps at all. The elevators or other accommodations for individuals with mobility impairments. Moreover, signage and information in public spaces are often not available in inaccessible formats such as Braille, sign language, or audio descriptions. I did raise this issue, Minister. The basic one would be websites. All government departments have got websites, but how many of them have made it their business to ensure that there is audio description to allow persons who may be blind and may need to hear in terms of the information displayed? So that's some of the basic examples that I often make when we speak about making sure that we've got available and accessible formats such as audio description. It must be our business to ensure that we transition into transformation approach to make sure that our infrastructures, our formats of working is accessible for persons with disability. That also goes completely into the infrastructure and public spaces. If we want to make sure that we create a truly inclusive society, we must prioritize the design and construction of accessibility of infrastructure. This must go beyond buildings. We must look at the roads, the parks, and all public spaces must be built in accordance with universal principle in mind, but also consider the needs of all users, including persons with disability. Additionally, we must work to retrofit existing building and infrastructure to make them more accessible. This may involve installing ramps, elevator, tactile paving, as well as accessible restrooms, amongst other modifications. This importantly really also looks at the other special needs, which is looking at accommodation in it as a fundamental aspect of creating inclusive communities. Of course, I've raised the issue of transport, more than just buses and taxis. Let's look at the formats of the trains and the stations so that we do not limit persons with disability. We must also look at the transport system that also looks at modification itself in terms of priority seating, even in our own infrastructure, our own auditoriums, where we look at priority seating, and that includes providing accessible formatting for that. That also goes in addition to training the staffs that must be available to assist passengers with disability. In terms of our physical and structural barriers, we must expand our notion around the negative society, negative services, or services that really also allude to negative attitude, stereotypes, misconceptions of persons with disability, because that perpetuates and builds on the strict discrimination that exists. It builds on exclusion, but it further marginalizes persons with disability. And too often, persons with disability are viewed through a lens of pity, charity, and as individuals who need to be fixed or cured. These kind of attitudes perpetuate the stigma and discrimination and prevents persons with disability from being seen as equal participants in society. Changing these attitudes requires a cultural shift, and this begins with education and awareness raising. We must challenge the harmful stereotypes and misconceptions that persist about persons with disability and promote a narrative of inclusion, empowerment, and respect for diversity. So indeed, Minister, I share your commitment and I share your views around ensuring dignity, equality, and inclusion of all persons. But it also starts with what we do in the public space, where we combat this negative attitude. We must eradicate them completely. We must highlight the rights, the contributions, and capability of persons with disability. The campaigns that we run should be designed to challenge the stereotypes, promote positive representation of persons with disability, educate the public about the importance of inclusion. Importantly so, persons with disability must be at the forefront of these campaigns. They must share their own stories and experience, and they must lead in the spaces where we are speaking about persons with disability, but also in other spaces to ensure proper integrated inclusion. Our lives are driven from an intersectional lens, and that also includes our abilities for that matter. The voices of persons with disability is essential in shaping the narrative and breaking down the barriers of stigma and discrimination. But also it speaks really about our own public sector workers that plays a crucial role in delivering services to citizens. When public sector workers are not well or fully equipped or trained, the knowledge that is necessary in providing inclusive and accessible services may be limited in extending those services. So I must really request that in our integration, taking the body of work that is led by the National School of Government and some of the training centers that government had, it's essential to invest much more in training and sensitization programs for public sector workers to ensure that they are equipped to meet the needs of persons with disability. This includes not understanding the legal and policy framework related to disability rights, but also developing the skills and attitude needed to interact with persons with disability in the respectful and inclusive manner. I must say, Program Director, it is also crucial to empower persons with disability to advocate for their own rights. Empowerment is key to breaking down attitudinal barriers, including promoting inclusion. Persons with disability are crucial, are critical partners, but they also too have the ability to lead the space. And when empowered, when supported, when given the space, they can advocate for their own rights and participate fully in decision-making processes that affect their lives. This requires us to creating platforms for persons with disability to engage policymakers, to also engage governance and civil society. It also involves providing them with tools and resources they need to advocate for their rights, including access to information, legal support, and capacity building opportunities. Now, in conclusion, Program Director, as we celebrate Integrated Public Service Month at this inaugural dialogue, let us commit to creating a more inclusive society where persons with disability can access the services, opportunities, and environment they need to thrive in. This requires a multi-faced approach that addresses the barriers to access, participation, and inclusion in all areas of life. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is committed to effectively executing our mandate of advocating, mainstreaming, coordinating, and monitoring and evaluating the rights of persons with disability. We aim to work with all government departments and institutions, including private sector and civil society organizations for and of persons with disability, and persons with disability themselves, to ensure that all planning, budgeting, and monitoring in disability is disability inclusive and responsive in order to make this vision a reality. Indeed, together we can build a society that values diversity, promotes inclusion, and ensures that no one is left behind. Let us move forward with determination and purpose, knowing that the work we do today will lay the foundation for a more inclusive tomorrow. I really thank you for the opportunity and for including us in this most important month of integrated public service. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for addressing us. What came out for me is that as people living with disability, we must advocate for our own rights and participate fully on decision-making processes that have a direct impact on us as people living with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are going to have a 15 minutes break after these two great presentations or speeches by our honorable ministers, the Minister of DPSA and the Deputy Minister of DWYPD. You can even see Department of Women, Youth, people with living with disabilities or with disabilities. So we are going to break for 15 minutes. The time is now 11:02. Let me say it's 11 o'clock. 11:15, let us come back. Thank you very much for being a good audience last one. Thank you very much. We are coming back at 11:15, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Asibaceleni bangene. We are starting. Thank you. You can bring your tea. Thank you very much. I think we are now commencing with the second part of our program, where we are going to have presentations on the provision of services to people with disabilities. One author once said, just because a man lacks the use of his eyes does not mean he lacks vision. I may not have eyes, but I may be a visionary leader of your department. So the chairperson has alluded to the purpose of the dialogue this morning. This is an opportunity for us to scrutinize how well have we delivered on disability rights over the past 30 years. You might have noticed that both ministers, the deputy minister and the honorable minister, spoke about this. We will also identify gaps and challenges to ensure better service delivery moving forward. The minister has indicated that our frameworks and policies are exceptionally good, but there is a gap between implementation. We don't implement, and to what extent are we implementing those frameworks? It is also the intention to continue this conversation in the future to facilitate government-wide collaboration and coordinated efforts, including all sectors of society, with a particular emphasis on organization for and of persons with disability. Yeah, thank you very much. I think the vocabulary here is also of importance. We are reminded that we are not people living with, because I don't live with, but I'm a person who is disabled with a disability. I think that's what is of paramount importance and what we must correct. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon the South African Human Rights Commission, Mr. A. Tumbo, to come and make a presentation to this August House. Are you there, sir? Thank you very much. The platform is yours. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Tumbo. I come from the South African Human Rights Commission. But before I start, let me acknowledge the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Minister Buthelezi. Good morning. The Deputy Minister from the Department of Youth, Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Deputy Minister Letsile, the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, Prof. Fikine, and all commissioners and esteemed guests. Thank you so much for having us here as a Human Rights Commission. I also express the greetings of our commissioners and our chairperson. I'm really excited to speak to you today about this really important time that we're in as a country and some of the gaps that we have. So I won't spend so much time looking at the past, but we'll try and focus on a few things that I believe and the Commission believes can really make a huge difference if we focus on this in the next few years and prioritize in terms of public service. When we think of the pursuit of inclusion of persons with disabilities, we often forget what the point is. Why are we working to include persons with disabilities? And really the point is that we're trying to create a country that allows persons with disabilities to be autonomous, to have self-determination, to live independently, and to be part of communities without having to be dependent on others to live their lives. The preamble of the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities asks that communities and countries recognize that persons with disabilities need individual autonomy, independence, and should be able to have the freedom to make their own choices. These are the same things that we were fighting for during apartheid, right? We wanted to make our own choices. But as we stand, we still see that a lot of persons with disabilities lack the freedom to make their own choices and live an autonomous and self-determined life. Article 19 of the CRPD, which focuses on the right to live independently, basically sets out what this is about and says that they have the right to live in the community with choices equal to others. So this is therefore about ensuring that the public sphere can give persons with disabilities the support that they need in order to participate in everyday lives. This includes living in their homes with their families, going to work, going to school, and taking part in community activities. Inclusivity is therefore about neutralizing isolation and dealing with the loss of control that people have when it comes to, determining their lives. This right, when we talk about the right to live independently, is violated when people with disabilities who need some form of support in their everyday lives are required to relinquish that and are not able to be supported and control their own lives. Sometimes it's a case where support is withheld altogether and confines a person with disabilities to the margins of society or of the family. And that burden is placed on them to fit into the public services instead of it being the other way around. So I want to speak briefly about the role that a human rights institution like the Human Rights Commission plays and some of the interventions we've had and work that we do. As you might all be aware, the Human Rights Commission has three parts of its mandate, one being to promote, the other being to monitor, and the other one to protect. Promoting is about education and building awareness. Monitoring is one of obviously the area that I'm most involved in, and this includes us going to all facilities and assessing the accessibility, assessing how they function, and recommending ways in which these facilities can change in order to be inclusive. And then we protect, and this is our legal arm, where we receive complaints, and sometimes, not always, but sometimes go to court in order to get redress for persons with disabilities. We've also been designated as an independent monitoring mechanism under the CRPD, which means that we report to the CRPD on a constant basis on how South Africa is doing when it comes to disabilities and inclusion. One of the things we tend to not discuss, and now moving to talk about some of the key obstacles that we see in the country, is universal access. I think conceptually, we think that we will accommodate a person with disabilities when they get in the building or when they arrive. The idea of universal design is that we've designed it to be universal to begin with. So it's not a case where a person with disability gets in the building and says, hey, I cannot access your building. Can you do something? It should be designed that way to begin with. You should have the foresight to see that this might be something that is an obstacle to a person with a disability. There are obviously a wide range of things that need to be addressed. If you look at the CRPD, it has 30 articles that deal with different components of disabilities that need to be addressed. And I think it's difficult to say, let's deal with all 30 at once, right? So we've kind of identified maybe three that are linked to the time that we're in that we believe are key to deal with. I know that the Deputy Minister earlier spoke about inclusive education. This is Article 24. But I think sometimes we have a misunderstanding of what inclusive education is about, right? We did an assessment of White Paper 6, on education. And we found that this white paper does not comply with the principle of inclusive education. Why? The principle of inclusive education basically says that each school should be able to educate a person with disability, right? What we call a mainstream school. Um, what we have in our country is one where we create a separate system, where you then educate in a separate school, which is a special school. We find that to be a segregated system, right? So we're learning in different environments. And that's why when we get to a workplace, we have not really engaged with people with disabilities until that point. So the point of inclusive education is not only for the benefit of the person with a disability to be educated equally with others, but it's also for the benefit of persons without disabilities to have them in the environment, and we're able to deal with the stigma that comes from the separation or this different education system altogether. We're also finding that the high level of dropouts, the last time I checked, it was somewhere at 400,000 of children with disabilities that are not in schools, is because of this very fact that when they enter a school, it becomes so marginalizing that they can no longer function in that system. So there's a lot of work to be done in order to transform our schools physically, our mainstream schools, so that they can include persons with disabilities, and then transform the way that they're taught, the teaching methods, to ensure that they're inclusive. There are, of course, I'm sure people ask, so what about, I mean, surely we can't have teachers teaching every type of disability in a school. And that is a practical question, right? So the point is, there are those persons with disabilities that a reasonable accommodation is not a difficult thing to do. When we look at the autism spectrum, yes, we have to consider that there are specialized needs, right? But a person with albinism does not need to go to a special school, if you think about it, right? They really can go to a mainstream school. Okay, and all other impairments, I'm just using, the person with albinism as an example. Secondly, so I'm going to mention three. Secondly, I'm going to speak about accessible public infrastructure. I know it's been spoken about a lot. It's very clear that our public transport infrastructure is not accessible. So when we have engaged the Department of Transport, we have asked how many buses are accessible in our country, how many taxis are accessible in our countries, and how many trains are accessible. We only have concrete data on trains, and even that is very low. But at this point, we can pretty much say that the majority of taxis are not accessible. We can say the majority of buses are not accessible. So a person with a disability cannot get to work or back, school or back independently. And that is a violation of their rights. Obviously, there are other public environments that we've assessed, but in interest of time, I'll keep it short. I'm going to speak about just three initiatives the Commission has done in terms of accessibility. During the elections, the more recent elections, we were an observer during the elections, and we had monitored each of the physical voting stations. Many of them were schools, so we took that as also an indication of what the school is. We went to the schools and assessed them for physicality. We found that 60% of them were physically accessible and 40% not. So those are not only for voting, but those are schools that are excluding persons with disabilities. And that generally is an area that needs to be dealt with. More recently, our Eastern Cape office in East London has worked with the provincial government to make beaches in East London accessible. This is something new that we haven't seen before. We actually had not thought that beaches could be marginalizing in that way, right? So to see that now you can go to a beach as a person who's a wheelchair user and not have to depend on someone else is something that we are really proud of. And I urge you also to have a look at how that was done through our website. Lastly, we are currently taking a very popular petrol station to court and have opened a case against them because on numerous occasions we found that their shops at petrol stations are not inclusive. A complainant came to us stating that they were forced to leave their wheelchair and crawl into the petrol station store just so they could get a bottle of water, even after asking, please, can you make this this turnstile accessible? Please, can you make the entire entrance accessible so I can go myself? Many of you have been to petrol station shops, know that they're not the most hygienic places. And you can imagine how much of a violation of dignity it is for you to have to crawl to buy something. Lastly, I'd like to speak about the issue of access to justice for persons with disabilities, not only as a right of accessing courts, but also when it comes to being able to fight for their rights themselves. This is a huge gap in our country. The Commission currently, of the complaints we receive, disability makes the third highest in terms of unfair discrimination after race and sexual orientation. But that is more than gender, nationality, and age, which just shows you that we still have a problem. However, in most cases, persons with disabilities come after they've tried every other remedy and are now desperate for change. And it's usually often at the last point of desperation that they get to us. And being an institution also has its limitations. There are times that we can't go to court. So where do we leave persons with disabilities? We have seen that DPOs, disabled people organizations, at this point in time lack the capability to litigate. Let's take Esidimeni as an example. When the Human Rights Commission was constrained to litigate in the Esidimeni matter, we saw Section 27 as an NGO taking up the matter. But the question remains, why is it that we don't see DPOs having the capability to do this? Why do you not see a Disabled People South Africa versus the Department of X? Because that capability is still lacking, and it's an area that we need to build where we're not so dependent on a functioning Human Rights Commission only in order for justice to take place. So those are the three: inclusive education, accessible public infrastructure, and access to justice, at least in the short term. In closing, I would like to also just note that no matter how intensive that support needs, everyone without exception has the right to and deserves to be included and provided with opportunities to participate in community life. Time and time again, it has been demonstrated that people who are deemed to be too disabled to benefit from community inclusion thrive in an environment where they're valued and where they partake in everyday life of their surrounding community, where their autonomy is nurtured and they're given choices. It is, of course, the hope of the Commission that in this administration, that this is an area that we can really make a change in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, SAHRC. I think you manage time very well and you are assisting us. I hope organizers, we will be then email those presentations as well as the speeches from the two ministers. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to DPSA. I have just been in school. I'm a very good student. It's Disabled People South Africa, not of. Disabled People South Africa. So I'm a good learner, comrade. Thank you very much. You can take the podium. While it is coming, he is coming. I have a disability, yes, that's so true. But all that really means is I may have to take a slight different path than you. And because of my disability, I am different, but not less human. Let's take that into account. Thank you very much.
Now I can shake you on this.
Oh, on this one. Okay, thank you very much. When your eyes are open. Thank you very much, DPSA.
Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister I think she's still online. Professor, who is the chairperson of the commission, so Madota Fikeni, and all other commissioners, and all protocol observed. I don't know who I'm leaving. And thank you, Program Director, for giving me this opportunity. I come from the organization called Disabled People South Africa. The organization is older than the EFF and the DA and other political parties.
It was formed in 1982.
Wow.
And we've been advocating and fighting for the rights of persons with disabilities. You know, it's always difficult to speak after the deputy minister and the minister. You know, they spoke so well about disability. And I'm asking myself, where are we failing? Because the government is doing so well. We've got a lot of frameworks that we are supposed to be working with. But where are we failing? That's why I don't understand. You know, the deputy minister spoke about everything that was on my presentation. And I'm asking myself, what am I going to say now? Yeah. However, we must be realistic about other things. For instance, the issue of inclusive education is still thorny in our provinces, nationally. Let me give you just one example. In Mpumalanga, I think they've got about just 20 piloted schools, if I'm not mistaken, where they were promoting inclusive education. But those schools were only going up to grade 7. Grade 8, dropouts. And what will happen to those kids? We don't know. I think we also have a problem of prioritizing. One of the ministers and the premier once announced that we are going to build a special school for deaf and blind in the province. That was 12 years ago. Up to today, the school is not there. And we want to see disabled people going into public service as employees of government. But where will they get the education? Go to Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, Ukwezi Lokusa has been under construction for a long time, a renovation, and the children are not going to school. Are we even prioritizing persons with disabilities? Or are we just talking about persons with disabilities? You see, as disabled persons, we know that when ministers, mayors, presidents, premiers, when they get platform, all what they will talk about is that they love us. We love you. You are beautiful, persons with disabilities. We cannot eat love. We want to work like all of you. We want to be like everybody. But let me put this straight to those who are in high positions. I'll give you a short story, which is a real story that happened when I was still working in the Office of Status of Disabled Persons in the province of Mpumalanga. When we started collecting data for persons with disabilities, their CVs, people criticize us. What are you going to do? Government is not an employment agency. We can't do that. But we continued. The first company that we went to is a bank. Should I name the name of the bank? Huh? Okay. I hope you'll protect me. It was ABSA. I took about 22 CVs of disabled persons. And when I got there, because we first engaged with this guy, I say, Matlakwan, I think you should give me those disabilities which are minor. You know, I can't employ everybody. Where are they going to work, these people? I can't, you know. I said, okay, which disability do you think can work here? No, those ones with a minor disability, I think they can come and work here. And then I took those 22 CVs, I took them to SARS, and they appointed all 22 disabled persons. 22 of them. And some were even appointed by Home Affairs. You know what is common, eh? 2010, I was going to Builders Warehouse. I met the very same guy who rejected disabled persons. Amputation below the elbow, oh no, above the elbow, and he was using a three-legged walking stick. And he said, Mahlakwan, I'm now your member. I'm like you. And I said to him, remember the song that says, brighten the corner where you are? He could have adjusted the counters in the bank, appointed disabled persons, so that even himself, he was going to benefit. Remember, when you empower disabled persons, you are empowering the nation. It's not like, we'll remove the burden from government because we'll be working, contributing economically. But if we're not doing this, we'll forever be complaining about disabled persons. Disabled persons are expensive. Where will you get the money? Where will they work? All those things. Yes, it's 30 years of freedom, but we're still singing, freedom is coming tomorrow as disabled persons. Freedom is still coming tomorrow. In 1994, when we met all the political parties, the only political party that said we'll give you self-representation was the ANC. But I'm not so sure whether are they still giving us that self-representation. Yes, we've seen ministers who are disabled. We've created offices which are supposed to be assisting disabled persons. But are they willing or making an effort to try and empower us as disabled persons? I wish we could have the energy like the energy when we are talking about women or gender. When you invite, when you say the 9th of August is going to be Women's Day celebration, you'll see all the ministers and all the MECs going to all events. Come International of Disabled Persons, you'll only find few. Some of them will even leave before and say, no, I've got an engagement somewhere, because they don't take us serious. And I'm here today to say, Public Service Commission, you need to assist us. People need to be held accountable because we are there. I work for government, but I'm also a chairperson of Disabled People South Africa. I've seen this thing. I've been discriminated all my life. But today, I can proudly say there are gains. I mean, the advocacy and the fight that we put as an organization yield some positive, results, even though we are not at the moment, we're failing to, strengthen whatever that we have achieved. I want to talk about assistive devices. I'm not sure how many minutes do I have, but with me, I can talk all the time when I talk about disability, because I talk about real life experience. Assistive devices like your calipers, your shoes and all that, should be uniform. You go to other provinces, you find a person wearing calipers with broken shoes that are tied with wires and all that. And you expect this person to go for an interview. This thing is taking all the spirits, all the energy from a person, because in my province, I know that assistive devices are free for disabled persons, but in other provinces are not free. So these are some of the things that we need to correct as government, to ensure that there's uniformity when we're talking about persons with disabilities. You don't find that in Eastern Cape, people are struggling with assistive devices, but in Gauteng, people are benefiting. Another thing, the minister and the deputy minister talked about accessible environment. Remember that this physical appearance is not necessarily disabled, just having some form of impairment. 8 years of freedom, we're still facing such things. And you also have accessible toilets that are built. You know, a toilet for a disabled person will be built there, and other toilets are here, which put danger to a disabled person. And if you happen to, want to use those toilets, you'll find that there are mops, boxes, uniform. It's used as a storeroom. And you ask yourself, are we really serious about empowering persons with disabilities? Because if I remember I was saying to one government department to say, you don't have an accessible toilet in second floor. Does this mean that we cannot have a chief director or a minister working there who's disabled? Are they only going to work here because you built a toilet in the lower ground? So these are some of the things we need to, in ANC language, we need to habulisa everybody. Everybody must know how to deal with matters of disability. At Birchwood, I'm about to finish. I'm just giving you an example because it's not only about government. At Birchwood, we went there for a workshop, and they told us that they have about 10 rooms for disabled persons. Guess what? Those who are using wheelchairs could not go in. The toilet inside is accessible, but the main door was very narrow. So we need to learn all these things. That is why ANC said, we'll give you self-representation because we don't know your issues. And that is why we are saying nothing about us without us. Ask me, ask us, how can we do these things? We'll be able to assist you. But if you don't, and you go there and think that, of course, we appreciate your initiative and to say, but ask me. In Kangala, there are about 10 parking for disabled people in front of the mall. But a wheelchair user cannot use it because they are so narrow. So it is important to work with us. We are always available. And advocacy or an awareness about disability matters should be, I don't know, Minister, maybe you can enforce that at least once per quarter, we need to have disability awareness within government because we have people who have fear of the unknown. They don't know what to do with disabled persons. And it becomes a problem. So if we can, let us try and have an awareness raising once. I mean, it's about 10 to 20 minutes where we educate people about disability. Kruger National Park, I'm giving an example. I'm about to go sit down. They brought you University of Venda to show off their restaurant and everything that, no, this is accessible. I remember I was invited. I was pushing this lady. As you go inside into the restaurant, there are steps. But they said it's accessible. They showed us an accessible toilet. They said everything's accessible. When we get to the door, there were stairs and she couldn't go in. And they had to find a way, go behind. What will happen if you just build a nice entrance without stairs? Who's gonna get hurt? Who's gonna break? No one will break. Even pregnant women, they prefer, or an elderly person, prefer to use a surface that where you don't have steps. But we continue building stairs. I don't know why and all that. So yeah, I think another thing, lastly, the issue of driving schools. We do not have driving schools that will cater for persons with disabilities. I remember there was one guy who came into the province. He did not have arms. And he was driving, but the license was fraudulent because he was denied and he had to buy the license. And after buying the license, when the traffic cops stopped him, they said, no, we are taking the license. And at the same time, when he wanted to go for drive, he said, no, but how are we going to do hand signals? Those were challenges that he had to face. Eventually, someone from another province assisted him. So I'm just saying that we have a lot of things that we need to do as government, but we appreciate that we have beautiful legislations that talks to disability, but implementation is a problem. We have good people sitting in the wrong positions, people who cannot articulate disability, who cannot talk about disability, and the person is appointed there. When he ascend the stage, you'll hear the wrong terminology, what he's saying, and people often get angry because he can tell that this person know nothing about disability. So it's upon us, everybody, public service, the minister, and everybody to help us. This fight is not only about for persons with disabilities. Remember the story I told you about the person who was supposed to brighten that corner there? It can happen to anybody. It can happen to anybody. So I want to thank you for this opportunity, and we know you'll assist us, you'll work with us as a sector to ensure that we are one and we enjoy the freedom, 30 years of freedom, and we go to school, we use transport that is accessible, but so far we don't have all those things. And we are still better than other countries. I was in Kenya for African Disability Forum. Other countries are crying because they do not have the benefits that we are enjoying here in South Africa. They do not have assistive devices, disability grants, all the grants that we have, but we are better off here in South Africa. But we can do more. We can improve to ensure that Patrick Mahlakwan, I also enjoy. When I walk to the mall, I don't have to say, but where can I get in? Is there any lift here? We do everything. I almost said Amanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, DPSA. He says, empowering the disabled, you are empowering the nation. Chairperson of the PSC, the gentleman is lamenting. PSC, please help us. Hold people accountable. Hold people accountable. I'm happy the Honorable Minister is here with the PSC bill before Parliament. Oh, my apologies. Now I failed the test. The practical test. My apologies. Chairperson, he says, PSC, please help us hold departments accountable. And I'm saying, Honorable Minister, with the PSC bill before Parliament, we are confident that we will stop backing because departments have studied us and they saw that we don't have teeth to bite. So we'll stop and start biting so that those recommendations of the PSC are implemented to the fullest. I attended an ex-committee in the Free State. I'm just sharing this. And when we were done presenting, Chairperson, lamenting on the non-implementation of the PSC recommendation, a former commissioner of the PSC raised a hand and said to the EXCO, PSC recommendations are not binding. It's whether you like to implement or you don't like to implement. In fact, he said those are light recommendations. So the message that Honorable Minister he was conveying to the EXCO was that this commissioner says you are not implementing, continue and not implement a PSC recommendation. But the bill is before Parliament. You will see us. It's not a threat, Honorable Minister, but it is so painful that we work tirelessly investigating, and when we recommend, departments are calling our recommendation light recommendation. I'm sure, Comrade, you will help us. Thank you very much. While we help you, you also have to help us. The National Council for Persons with Disability, the National Director, I'm told, she is virtual. Is she ready? Director, we want to welcome you. Ready?
call. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I really feel honored to be here. Such an esteemed group of people who have already spoken, and I feel very proud to also have been invited and to share a few things with you. And I want to start off by saying to the Chair, Minister Mfukeni, Professor Mfukeni, it's lovely to see you. I know you from another life, as you know. And you spoke so powerful as if you've been part of the disability sector for years. And the tone you set was really encouraging to kick off this deliberations today. And I want to thank you for that. And as we celebrate 30 years of democracy, our organization, the National Council of and for Persons with Disabilities, is also celebrating 30 years of our flagship program, Casual Day, which is quite significant and very well known in South Africa. It's a program that raises awareness, but also raises funds for more than 600 organizations of and for persons with disabilities and so-called special schools. And I was, again, very, very surprised, actually, but also very, very happy to hear the chair saying, I see you, I hear you. Our theme for this year is actually, I see you. Every year we've got a slogan and a theme, which then lasts for the whole year, and then next year we have another one. So this year our theme was, I see you. And then, still referring to you, Professor, you also said that you would like to see what is our recommendations for disaster times. And we're ready to share. We've done fantastic research. We had also good research partners on the government side, actually from the HSRC, who supported us with research. I think we've done extremely well because the research, I think we were the only organization or entity that did research which actually consulted persons with disabilities themselves and not service providers or organizations or caregivers or just parents. So we are ready to share our recommendations for what can happen in disaster times. We were fortunate that two big companies came forward and supported us also in the times of not just the COVID, but in the times when there was floods and when people lost their assistive devices. There were two big companies that came forward and supported us with new assistive devices and also very appropriate ones. So I just want to say thank you to them and also just acknowledge that you are quite correct if you say that persons with disabilities are forgotten when it comes to times of disaster. I want to also say thank you to the Minister, Buthelezi, and all the deputy ministers and the commissioners for being here and for recognizing the importance of services for persons with disabilities. Our organization is on the one hand a service provider and we work countrywide, and we are also a human rights organization who does a lot of advocacy, and I'll share a slight little bit about that a bit later. I also want to recognize that the Deputy Minister of the Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities shows so much insight and to such a level of detail about our matters as civil society and persons with disabilities, because it's the first time that the department actually has shown on a public forum that there's some in-depth knowledge and willingness and passion about the matters of persons with disabilities. And in this 7th administration, we really have got a lot of hope and expectation to work with the Public Service Commission, who I want to congratulate for putting this together, and the Department of Women, Children, Persons with Disabilities. Because in our experience previously, whatever matter came forward that related to anything that has got to do with disability or impairment, we were sent to the Department of Social Development and sometimes to the Department of Women, Children, Persons with Disabilities, or now Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities, but with absolutely, absolutely no service delivery from that side, not even acknowledgement of very burning issues. So we are getting very excited to hear what we have heard here today. Then I want to take just a few minutes to mention a few very positive things that has happened in the last 30 years, for which we are extremely grateful, and we use those, can I call them, blessings every day. We work very closely with the Department of Trade and Industry. As you have also heard that disability and inclusion is a matter for all departments, not just for social development or Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability. So Department of Trade and Industry, the division called ITEC, who are responsible for the importation of equipment and motor vehicles. And obviously the tax man charges a lot of importation tax. So we work with the department to get the tax waived, the importation tax waived for people who import motor vehicles, even if it's motor vehicles that are assembled in South Africa, but for which the parts comes from other countries. And then also pieces of equipment used by special schools or in hospitals or in people's homes or in their workplaces. So that's a very important program, which we want to really salute the Department of Trade and Industry for. It started happening early in the democracy, something which we were never able to get right prior to the democracy, because it was a culture of exclusion and we didn't have any ears to listen to our matters. So that's something which we really want to congratulate and put on the table. Then Department of Environmental Affairs, who now has a very big new name, also work very closely with a number of programs. The Human Rights Commission speaker has alluded to the beach accessibility in East London, Buffalo City. That is one of a few beaches which we've been working with in terms of getting the beaches accessible. And what's wonderful is that it's 3 tiers of government that is working towards that. And I know it sounds like a nice to have when people are very poor, but it also supports people in places like Port Nolloth and in the very rural Eastern Cape areas where people actually have fish quotas and that's their only source of income, the fish that they catch and that they sell. So it's also a portion of supporting people to earn a living. And obviously, everybody wants to go onto a beach. So there's 3 programs in that regard. The one program which we physically manage for the department is the evaluation of people to give people access to get onto a beach with a motorized vehicle, because there's obviously many people who cannot walk on a beach in any other way. So that part we manage on behalf of the department, and they then do the impact study to see if the environment will not be damaged, and together we then work until that permit is issued, and that's only value for 1 year. Those are 2 beautiful success stories, and as I said with the beach program, there's 2 others as well, but time will not allow to go into the details, but I would have loved to share them and show beautiful pictures, because it's really something which we would want to showcase and share. And this is now Tourism Month, so if you check the media, you'll see we'll be sharing these beautiful stories of tourism and where government is supporting us to make tourist facilities accessible for persons with a variety of impairments. Then I also want to say to the Minister Mbeki, I was a bit saddened to hear that the Minister thinks that civil society organizations are raising resources and then using it for themselves and not helping anybody with a disability. Maybe there are organizations like that, but Minister, I invite you to come and see our organization. We've got offices across the country. We work very hard with very, very, very little resources. We are not government funded. And we actually just here to put out a hand to government, a hand of friendship and a hand of partnership, and to say, let's work together in various departments and let's make things happen. It's only by partnerships that things can happen in a cost-effective way. I want to mention 3 things where we're currently busy with litigation, and very sadly so, because we're not an organization that easily runs to the courts. It's very time-consuming, it's expensive. It's not a nice thing to do, but sometimes you just feel that you are failing people with disabilities if you don't eventually end up doing that. So the one thing is the fact that more children with disabilities are outside the school system than inside the school system. Before COVID, we started working on gathering information in all the provinces through our people that are working really on the ground. And then COVID came, and unfortunately, the lawyers couldn't do much at that time. So after COVID, we started again. And then we decided that we're only going to focus on the Northern Cape and see if we can get some wins there. And if we do, then that can be precedent for other provinces as well. There's really so many children with disabilities, another generation of people with potential who are just getting lost for the economy and for their own potential development. And it becomes an expensive thing for government to look after people who could have had a good education and pay tax and not be on grants and so on. So that's a very sore point for us, very important point, and I was so happy to hear that many speakers alluded to that. Then also, there's then individual scenarios of special schools. A lot of special schools are really absolutely fantastic, and we work with more than 100 of them on a yearly basis. And we've got such beautiful showcase schools, success stories. But then there's unfortunately schools, and I'm thinking of two schools in the Eastern Cape, and the one I want to mention by name, Ikwezi Lukuza, Shui Human Rights Commission, as well as Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities has heard the name. There's a list of 9 human rights violation issues happening at the school. And it's taken more than a year for the Department of Education to start with renovations at the school, which is only one of the rights violations was the broken infrastructure and the rain on the children's beds and so on. And now they've started with that, and it looks good and it looks nice and colorful, but it's totally inaccessible from a building regulations point of view, let alone universal design, which we see as best practice. So it's not even meeting minimum standards, and the kids have got quite severe impairments there. So we're still busy with that. And then some of the other human rights violations, there is the way in which the children are treated, the food that they receive, the non-provision of transport for day scholars, the way in which the SGB is used or not used, and I can go on and on and on. So those are some practical things. Transport has been mentioned a couple of times. As we travel rural and urban, we see the beautiful Toyota taxis everywhere, and we think how wonderful it must be for Toyota to have this wonderful recapitalization income from government. And then we look at how persons with disabilities are on the sides of the road and they cannot use these taxis. And then again, Minister, then there's organizations like ourselves who provides public transport, but who are frowned upon for whatever reason, but who do not get any government subsidy or support to provide accessible public transport, whilst we are lobbying with the Department of Transport for getting mainstream transport accessible. And we are small little NPOs, only scratching the surface. I hear people mention the statistics and the percentages of persons with disabilities. Because of the instruments that Stats South Africa is using, we don't rely or trust the stats that's used in South Africa for persons with disabilities when it comes to planning and budgeting. We use 17%, getting that from the International Labour Organization, as well as the World Health Organization, and also in our own experience in communities where we're very active. There's definitely a lot more than what Stats SA is putting forward. It obviously also depends on which definition is used. There's a lot that one can say across the board with regards to various departments. It often happens that with a new presidential social employment programs, that people with disabilities are per se excluded because of the criteria which says people mustn't be on any kind of grant or government income. Otherwise, it's seen as double dipping. But people must realize a disability grant is kind of the leveling thing. It's the equalizer because that grant is for the person's needs, which relates to their impairment. It's not related to what everybody else gets as an income grant or as an opportunity to earn money from another source. So that's always quite a big fight on our side when something new comes out, and you put a proposal forward and then you just hear, but okay, people with disabilities are excluded. So on the accessibility side, we again would like to take hands with government. We do beautiful training programs for building inspectors, because if we can train a building inspector not to pass plans when they have not included even the minimum standards according to the building regulations, let alone universal design, which is a best practice, if they cannot pass the plans, then it means that we'll have a lot of things sorted. Then you don't have to fix things afterwards, but then it can be done at the onset. We've got a beautiful program about disability equity training, sensitization, bridging the gap between able-bodied and non-disabled people and disabled persons in the workplace. Our country's beautiful constitution in the preamble says we are united in our diversity. And to get there, it's all about inclusion and equity, not so much integration, but equity and inclusion. And that is the name of our game. We've got a very strong focus on economic empowerment, and very concretely so, we run job creation programs countrywide, of which a lot of them includes the green economy. Then we also have a very successful entrepreneurship program, and in some provinces we work closely with government departments with regards to that program. But in others, we still getting there, still lobbying. And then we also work with the Human Rights Commission on a variety of matters with regards to discrimination in the workplace. We also run an internship and a job placement process, and we support people with getting their workplaces inclusive and non-discriminatory. As far as government is concerned, we get a lot of jobs passed on to us from various places, especially from the public service side. But the only thing we find is that government doesn't want to pay, obviously for any consultant and anybody who helps you to place somebody in your employment, you're supposed to pay for that. It's part of our income because we're not government funded, and it's very difficult to fundraise in this economic climate, but government doesn't pay. I think they pay other service providers for helping them find candidates without impairments, but for persons with disabilities, if you recruit them, you have to do it for free. If you have to come and help with reasonable accommodation or disclosure programs in government, you have to do it for free. So that's something which also makes us not prioritize supporting government with these things, because we're short funding, and our wonderful staff often find themselves working very long without getting an income. So we are here to take hands with you, Minister, and the chairperson. We're really here to work with you. We've got a lot of programs. We've been around for quite a while. We know what we're doing. Most of our staff members are persons with impairments who has walked the walk. They know what it's all about. And our board consists of persons with disabilities or parents of persons with disabilities. So we're very much a National Council of Persons with Disabilities, more than of and for. But in our name, we say both because we're very inclusive. We run extremely successful gender-based violence programs. We also train the police, as well as court preparation officers, on how to deal with the fact that many people with disabilities are soft targets and are abused and raped and end up in the police system or in the court system. And also programs for which we would love government to budget, because currently we're doing that for free for government. And there's a range of other things which I would have loved to mention, But I thought, let me just give you a balance of things that goes very well in government, as I started off with. And then secondly, a lot of things that sadly we have to litigate to get things going. Want to mention one last such one, and that is a court case against ICASA, which we have lost, but we have now got permission to go to appeal, and that is because of the policy of ICASA, which regulates the appointment of service providers, for example, TV houses and radio stations and so on, to get airtime and FaceTime in South Africa. That policy is exclusive of including people with hearing loss who cannot understand sign language, and which are the largest group of people with impairments in the country. And those are people who became deaf later in life, or people who do not know sign language and prefer not to use sign language for whatever reason. They don't have captions. In other countries they do. Not all, obviously, but it's so sad if we get screenshots from our counterparts in other African countries that are poorer than us, and you see our own minister Cyril Ramaphosa standing on screen addressing the nation with Sona, or when he came into parliament, and you see that there's actually captioning on other TV stations in African countries showing our minister, but in our own province, our people do not have access to that kind of information. So that's also one which we will not let go until we win that one. I think that's enough from me. And again, thank you so much for including us. We're a very proud National Council of and for persons with disabilities, but we're also a very humble council. And we pride ourselves in our partnerships that we have with government and with the private sector. And we're all about inclusion, as we said. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, National Director, Council for Persons with Disabilities. I think time is against us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:21 right now. Let us just rush and take the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have a Q&A session, and I'm sure our secretariat are capturing those comments from our participants virtually. And we'll consider that when the time for Q&A comes. Right, we are proceeding very well. I am now going to call upon presentations by policy and service delivery departments. I think more often it has come to our attention this morning that we need to bridge a gap between the good policies that we have and implementation. And I think honorable ministers and implementers of policies are failing us in this regard. And Chairperson, I think the minister, honorable minister, has alluded to the fact that maybe we're looking forward to the professionalization of the public service, the implementation thereof, because I think DPSA, this is our only hope as disabled people of South Africa. South Africa, not of, sorry. And your department, honorable minister, is strategically positioned to assist us with this plight, because more often the adverts will say people with disabilities are encouraged to apply, but we don't see the encouragement when it comes to the actual appointments. We are only encouraged to apply, but when we are supposed to be appointed, we don't see that. Once we accept our limits, people with disability, we can surpass them. We just have to accept. If there's something that I cannot change, then I must accept it. It has been very difficult for me, comrade, to access toilets for disabled people until I spoke to my mind to say, Norma, you are disabled, and there is nothing that you can do to change that. Accept and limit and surpass your limitation. Let's call upon the Department of Home Affairs, Mr. R. Ditsele, Acting Director, Transformation and Gender. I'm told he's also virtual. Are we ready? Ready, go. Thank you very much. Ready.
Morning, Chairperson. I'm trying to share the document. I've since realized that my network is very poor, so I might need assistance with sharing this document. I've sent to the colleagues. If the colleagues can assist me. Okay, yeah, no, thanks. Can I also switch off my video, colleagues? So
Yes, you
that
may
so
go
that
ahead. You can turn off your video. Thank you.
yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, my name is Regidit Ele, colleagues. I work for Department of Home Affairs. Good afternoon to the minister and the chairpersons and the chairperson. Both the chairperson of the session and the chairperson of the commission, and then to the principal and all distinguished guests. Yeah, we can move to the second slide. Yes, colleagues, the outline that I'll deal with, the first thing will be the mandate of the Department of Home Affairs, and just try and look at the services that we provide to persons with disabilities as what I call an outside program, and then work on and then work on the internal programs for the department, and then make some concluding remarks. Thank you. The next slide. Yeah, thanks. The Department of Home Affairs, in terms of its mandate, has three main areas that it looks at, which is the management of citizenship and civil registration, and then the management of international migration, and then the management of refugee protection. That's in a nutshell what the Home Affairs provides. We give you documentation and legalize your stay in the country. And if you are a South African, we give you vital registration documents. And our mission is aimed at us being efficient, and when we secure citizenship and civil registration, we securely and strategically manage international migration, effectively managing asylum seekers and refugees in the country, and we efficiently determine and safeguard the official identity. And our vision is a South Africa where identity, status, and citizenship are key enablers of citizen empowerment and inclusivity, economic development, and national security. And our values are people-centered and caring, patriotic, professional, and showing leadership, effective, efficient, and innovation, ethical, and having integrity, security conscious, development orientated. Our outcomes are secure management of international migration, resulting in South Africa's interests being served and fulfilling international commitments. Secure and efficient management of citizenship and civil registration to fulfill constitutional and international obligations. Efficient asylum seeker and refugee system in compliance with domestic and international obligations. Secure population register to empower citizens, enable inclusivity, economic development, and national security. We are positioned to contribute positively to a capable and developmental state. Next slide. Yeah. Now, in terms of our international obligations, we in terms of this Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, we have two articles that mainly have to do with Home Affairs strictly. It's Article 18, which deals with liberty of movement and nationality, and Article 23, which deals with the respect for home and the family. And then we also have Article 26, which deals with right to family which is the article on the African Union Protocol on Disability. And these are the most three main articles that are for Home Affairs. Article 18 subsection 2 of the CRPD provides that children with disabilities shall be registered immediately after birth and shall have the right from birth to a name, right to acquire nationality, and as far as possible, the right to know and be cared for by their parents. Next slide. Now we have, as the department, what we call a smart ID program. And the aim is to open a unique opportunity to directly engage people with disabilities to assist them with application of smart IDs. This includes visiting disability schools to assist learners with disability to apply for smart IDs, as well as to visit disability centers to assist adults or elderly people with disabilities to replace their green barcoded ID documents for smart ID cards. Next slide. Yes, I thought I should bring a picture of the ID of the ID smart card. Colleagues will know if you have an ID smart card, the biggest defining factor, if you have a number of cards with you, is that the smart ID card has a text ID in Braille on it. If you move your fingers on the smart ID card, you will detect that one. That there is that ID written in Braille, and then that's how people with disabilities who are unable to see are able to distinguish between their smart ID card and other cards that they might possess. The next slide. Yes, okay. Now, colleagues, we have about 220 mobile trucks within the department that we use to service communities where Home Affairs does not have offices. Now, if you look at your far right, the top right truck, it's amongst the latest trucks that we have. It has two doors. Now, the door on the right-hand side it's disability friendly. It has this thing that when you are using a wheelchair, we can put you on and then lift you so that you are able to enter the truck and get assistance. These are the new trucks that we are purchasing, and the aim is to ensure that they are inclusive and everyone is assisted. And I've made the point about the Disability Forum having partnered with our mobile unit to ensure that services to schools or organizations for persons with disability are covered as part of outreach that we undertake. And so every quarter, when plans are being done, these schools are included, and we got the list from the Department of Basic Education, and we link with organizations on the ground so that we don't leave anyone behind and we cover all of them. Next slide. The next slide. Okay, thank you. Now, with regards to Article 23, in 2019, the Minister Motsoaledi, our previous minister, handed over a Braille marriage certificate to a couple during the Valentine's Day marriage ceremony in Robben Island. This is a program that the department hosts around Valentine's Day. Many couples get married. It's officiated by the minister. So in 2019, we handed over a Braille marriage certificate to a couple because they couldn't see, so they needed to use Braille. And in cases where a person does not have fingers or hands and comes to the department, the system is configured to use the PIN code of 5 numbers to assist in verifying a person. And this is for a person, because normally we use a biometric system, it uses your hands, your fingerprints to verify you. Now, in case you do not have fingerprints or you do not have hands, the system is able to use a PIN code of 5 numbers to assist you the same way as banks will use it. Our photo booths are equipped with manual capturing capability, although they need overriding by a supervisor and a manual cropping or adjustment on the photo is performed to capture image. So hence clients are allowed to close their eyes. In fact, clients are encouraged to close their eyes when they take a photo. And this is, it's aimed at assisting those clients who are blind. In cases where the client is on a wheelchair and is unable to be assisted inside the photo booth, our cameras are able to be removed and the clients get assisted outside the photo booth. Next. Yeah, now with regards to the international, not international, in terms of the internal programs, we have disability rights forums and they are in all provinces, and we have a national disability rights forum and they all meet quarterly. So they'll meet in all provinces, and then eventually there'll be a national quarterly meeting of disability rights forum. And secondly, we have, as a department, a generic target for employment equity that is to be implemented by all senior managers. It's part of all senior managers' performance agreement. That's why it's called the generic target. So every senior manager must have this target, and it mandates all of them to achieve 3% of employment of persons with disability. I mean, the current challenge, of course, is that we are not able to fill posts now. But as and when we advertise, this target kicks in, and then they are able to account as part of the performance management development system. How are they faring on this target? It was last year, it was 2.5%, and we have increased it to 3% this year, in line with the recommendation from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. As a department, we ring-fence a budget every year for purchasing of assistive devices for employees with disabilities within the department. I heard it was an issue. We purchase assistive devices using the policy, the DPSA policy on reasonable accommodation and assistive devices. And on the basis of that, we are able to assist our employees who are living with disabilities within the department, so that we ease the pressures that they face. Yeah, and then it's going well. The biggest challenge we have is in some instances we struggle to find companies that are able to assist us, especially companies, especially when you deal with what I call visual assistive devices. Yeah, we seem to find a difficulty, but we currently request the DG to deviate and use one company that we have to assist us with those ones. But these other assistive devices we are able to provide. We have partnered with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in order for them to assist us to check compliance with building standards in identified buildings, and they produce a report that we use as the department to look at improvements to those buildings. And we started this program in Gauteng with the hope of extending it. This is because Department of Home Affairs has two kinds of buildings. We have what I call legacy buildings and the new buildings. Now, the new buildings are compliant with the universal design principles. but our legacy buildings are not, and so that department assists us. And in conclusion, Chair, we have noted a decline in numbers of persons with disability within the department, and this is due to a number of reasons, e.g. resignations, retirements, etc. And the plan is to ensure that when posts are advertised, then the situation will improve, since all senior managers, as per their performance agreements, are expected to ensure employment of persons with disabilities in their units. And secondly, we have decided to increase awareness raising within the department to ensure that the department becomes disability friendly. And we are looking at finalizing a disability mainstreaming plan that will be implemented throughout the department once approved by the DG. And the plan takes into consideration the department's responsibilities from the international instruments, the white paper, and the legislative frameworks that are there for us to implement. I thank you, Chair.
I have been listening attentively as your cluster commissioner, and I'm going to follow up on those issues that you just spoke about this morning. South African Police Services, how are you assisting us as disabled people? Lieutenant Colonel N. Masizane for visible policing and operation. I think is in our midst. And she is a female, I'm so excited. A colonel who is a female. Hallelujah. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Albongwe. Hey. Principal, the audience, they are hungry now. Thank you very much.
Good day, Minister of Public Service and Admin. Minister, did you hear that, guys? I must repeat, Minister. You see, my tongue must get used to this, greeting the Minister. The Deputy Minister from Department of Women, the Commissioner, Professor Somadoda Figeni, you know, every time I'm driving to Mthatha, when I'm at Mount Olive, I make sure I look to my right and see the Figeni house. So I don't just pass there. Greetings to Professor Nziweni and all other commissioners that are present in the house and the house at large. I am Lieutenant Colonel Masizana from South African Police Services, from a department that is called Visible Policing. The ones that are wearing the blue uniform that are in the street, those are visible policing members. I'm from that department, from a component that is called social crime prevention. Social crime prevention is also clustered into different sections. So I'm from a section that is called vulnerable groups and victim empowerment. And I specialize with special needs and victim empowerment. Before I start, let me commend the people, the organizers of this session, because they put the police in the middle. That means while the crime is in progress, so that our intervention can be effective. Thank you. Oh, okay. I'm going to talk about the services that the police has done up to this far in terms of ensuring reasonable accommodation of persons with disabilities. Starting with the introduction, we all know that we are all informed by our constitution and the white paper. In response to that, the organization developed what we call SEP's Integrated Action Plan for the provision of services to persons with disabilities. This plan was done in 2016. Then it was reviewed in 2022. So currently we've got the plan that is running from 2022 until 2026. And the mission of this plan is to ensure that we are delivering a quality policing and emergency management service to our persons with disabilities. Let me start about the intervention that we have done in addressing information and communication barriers. We have spoken so lengthily about the challenges and the barriers that are there in the system that impedes on accessing services by persons with disabilities. So in SAPS, what we have done currently is to ensure that our information on gender-based violence is printed in Braille. So the leaflets and the pamphlets that are printed currently in Braille is the breaking silence on sexual abuse, breaking silence on domestic violence. Hence, we know that domestic violence is one of the rife crimes that our country is battling with. Security tips for parents and children with albinism. Combating trafficking in persons. Children's rights, child justice, and victim empowerment. So after we have procured these booklets in Braille, they were distributed among organizations, special schools, and institutions that are advocating for the rights of blind people. To make an example, I'm referring to organizations such as Blind SA, the National Council for the Blind, and Prince Wolf School for Partially Sighted and Blind. So those are the three organizations that we have distributed. And in the current financial year, we are again making another procurement. Our vision is to ensure that in each and every police station, as we are having a victim-friendly room, in each and every victim-friendly room, you must find these booklets. We want to ensure that persons with a blindness feel comfortable to go and visit our victim-friendly rooms and access this information. Going forward, we have entered into a memorandum of agreement with DEFSA so that DEFSA can provide sign language interpretation services in all our police stations. And we didn't enter in this MOA with DEFSA because they are the best in the country. No. We've entered into this MOA because DEFSA is rendering sign language interpretation services for free for us. It is still a temporary arrangement. It's not something that will be there permanently or going forward. Hence, we are currently working on a strategy that is going to be permanent for us. As the national head office, we couldn't source the sign language interpretation services from our office, but we have written letters to the provincial commissioners to encourage them to source service providers that will be providing sign language interpretation services per province. And the due date for the appointment of those service providers is the 30th of October. So they must provide us an appointment certificate to ensure that they have have appointed sign language interpretation services for each and every province going forward. Another service that we have done is to pilot a video relay communication service, which is in short called a VIRECOM. This project was piloted in 5 police stations in Gauteng. These police stations were chosen in areas that are having a lot of deaf people. So those police stations are Sunnyside, Moroka Police Station, Tembisa, Orange Farm, and Johannesburg Central Police Station. The pilot was done in collaboration with SANDA, and it was also done with persons who are deaf. So it was proven to be effective, and we are having a closing report. One of the speakers mentioned an issue of implementation. Now that we have piloted and it was proven that the pilot is working very well, what is preventing us from expanding the service to other police stations? That is where implementation comes from. The process is not as easy as we assumed. It's very complicated. It would need other internal stakeholders because there are devices that need to be procured. There is data that is required for this service. Considering that other police stations are situated in vast and rural areas. So currently we are having bilaterals internally in terms of taking this service forward. With training and development, in 2020, we introduced in our learning programs, that means at the basic training when our members are entering the service, and also at the normal training program in our training facilities to train the older police officers that are already in the field, the ones that you cannot just change their mindset. So we introduced this vulnerable groups learning program, and training is continuous. In 2019, we developed guidelines for policing persons with disabilities. These guidelines are there to guide police officers on how to treat persons with disabilities. If as a police officer, you come across a person with a disability, what is expected of you? So we are conducting capacity building work sessions in each and every province every year. Currently, we've got our team that has gone to Northern Cape this week. Last week, I was with the team in Mpumalanga. Next week, there's a team that is going to Limpopo. So we are continuously training police officers. And also with the issue of, as a police officer, you are called out to a crime scene only to find that the perpetrator is in a wheelchair. What do? You don't just grab that person because that person is a perpetrator and throw the person at the back of the van. So we're empowering them on how to reasonably accommodate persons with different disabilities. If a person enters the charge office to come and open a case, the person is with a guide dog, you don't chase that person away and say, yeah, dogs are not allowed here. So we're training them on how to handle such matters. Our human resource development is also providing basic sign language training. Unfortunately, we only training 20 members annually, just for basic sign language. So that at least if a person enters the charge office, comes to the police station for assistance, at least the police officer will be able to communicate basically, to be able to greet, how are you? Can I help? How can I help you? You know, those basics, not just to look at the person and don't know what to say to the person. So We are aware that sign language is a skill that you can easily lose if you're not practicing. Hence, we are considering the issue of let it be self-nomination and let it be somebody who is passionate about sign language. Yes. Okay. Okay, on providing enabling environment for persons with disabilities. Yeah, this is a big challenge. And people are complaining about accessibility of the buildings, not only for SAPS, but generally. But within the organization, bearing in mind that not all police stations are owned by SAPS. Some of the police stations are leased buildings, some they belong to public works. But we are trying our level best in terms of ensuring that our external clients are having full accessibility when they come to the police station. So we have developed what we call a multi-year plan. Currently, the multi-year plan will run up until 2028. And on quarterly basis, our Department of Infrastructure, they account, we've got a forum, an internal forum where they come and account and tell us how many police stations have been upgraded, how far are you? So they have assigned 20 police stations for upgrade every financial year up until 2028. In Gauteng, we have procured portable ramps, 41 portable ramps, to ensure that our victim-friendly facilities are fully accessible for persons with disabilities. Remember, those victim-friendly rooms are there to assist members of the public when they are in distress. So they have to be accessible fully to persons with disabilities. So in Gauteng, at least we managed to procure those mobile ramps. On the 28th and the 29th, we had a stakeholder engagement for persons with disabilities nationally. We called the disability sector so that they can come and tell us how best can we reasonably accommodate them. Hence, the slogan has been said here that we cannot do anything without consulting them. So that was our way of saying, we have gone this route up until here. Judge us. Have we reasonably accommodated you enough? What more can we do to ensure that you are reasonably accommodated going forward? We manage also to employ 5 clinical psychologists in the forensic environment. Those clinical psychologists, they help us with assessment of the mentally ill, yes, I can say patients, of the mentally ill, and also help us with profiling of the offenders. We employed 5 of them, but we couldn't retain them. Currently, we only left with 3, unfortunately. Nationally, it's not even to say 3 per province, it's 3 nationally. It's baby steps, guys. We're doing something at least. Okay, currently nationally, we've got 924 stations that are fully accessible to persons with disabilities. Our number is 1,166 police stations nationally that we are having. So out of that 1,166, we've got 924 that are fully accessible to persons with disabilities. When I'm talking about that, I'm referring to they've got ramps, not ramps, because there's a difference. Other buildings, we say we are accessible while we have in ramps. In closing, I want to close with a quote by Jim Lebrecht that says, I wanted to be part of the world, but I didn't see anyone like me in it. Thank you.
So what we're going to do right now, we are going to ask, I think the kernel has raised some issues on buildings. Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Deputy Director for Disability Management. I am not going to stand up and then immediately after him, it will be the National School of Government, Dr. B. Maja, Deputy Director General, Professional Support Services. And then I am going to come when we take the Q&A session so that we then go to the last two items before we call it a day. I think when we break here, we must have finished everything. We just go for lunch and we don't come back because we don't want to see people sleeping. Thank you very much. Department of Public Works, National School of Government, you will follow. Are we ready? Are we ready? They are virtual.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Ready? We're going. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Surprise Mkhope from the National Department of Public Works. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson and the Principal, and then also the executive leadership of all these institutions from DPSA, NSG, and Department for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and all other departments represented, and also representative from the disability organizations and officials from different departments. So we want to thank you for inviting us to this important gathering, which marks the 30 years in terms of our democracy, and also which give us an opportunity to reflect on how we have equitably distributed or ensured that persons with disabilities are also enjoying the benefit of this democracy within these 30 years. So with that said, I will start by talking about the presentation outline, which is the mandate of the department. Can you go to the previous slide? Go to the previous slide. Yes, yeah, under the mandate. So as a public works, we are responsible for management of state assets and properties. And then we are also responsible to regulate the construction and build environment. And then also we have a big program which is called EPWP, which is the Public Employment Program. So those are the key issues that I will be talking about. I won't be dwelling on internal disability matters, but I will just talk broadly in terms of these issues that fall within the mandate, within the broader service delivery of government. Okay, next slide. So within the 30 years, I will sort of provide a situational analysis in terms of the status quo, where we are in terms of implementing disability program within the mandate of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in general. So in terms of legislations and policies, we are sitting at 50% compliant. Legislations, I mean, the department is a policy department which is supposed to regulate the built environment. So the department has specific policies and legislations which provide guidance to within the built environment professions and different professions within the built environment, which cascade down to provincial and local government, town planning, and so on, and including all the municipalities. So there are legislations which are there, which are currently being implemented, which also provide mechanisms and guidance in terms of how to construct facilities using those legislations. One of those which is critical is the National Building Regulations Act, which has a number of guidelines and provide standards on how to build facilities. Whether you are in a private sector, whether you are in a home-based, like you are building your own home, whether you are building a public building. So all those regulations are set out by within that particular legislation. So Part S of that legislation outlines and provide guidance on how to ensure that facilities for persons with disabilities are taken into considerations and how they should be included in the construction, from design, from planning, and then construction up until completion, and also from to the operational level or user level. So that is that. And then the reason we're saying in terms of situational analysis within these 30 years is that there has been some positive strides, but we've also there's also been some negative strides because we don't have specific legislations that help to augment the intervention where it's necessary, particularly on universal design and access, where we have, and I think the previous speakers has also alluded to that, we have a number of government buildings which are not accessible, but not government buildings alone, because before you even attempt to approach a government building, you must first take a step from your own home. So accessibility starts there, and then also you take a transport, and then others you just walk straight. You use different modes to approach those different buildings. So from home to those buildings, accessibility is very problematic. It's even worse in municipalities where you find that bylaws are not enforced. You find recently many people selling on the pavements, which are pathways for persons with disabilities to navigate. And then now they are limiting access, which now they are putting them as on a hazard, because now they have to share the route with the cars on the road. So that is the status quo with regard to the implementation of the legislations. And then we have a program for universal design and access, of which it is still very, very low, but there are a lot of things that has been done by the private sector and the disability organization and some other provincial governments. I know Gauteng provincial government has done some excellent work in terms of trying to promote the universal design and access. So here the challenge, maybe just in simple terms to explain what universal design and access is, it's the design that takes into account different diversities of our people when they are designed and when they are produced, taking into account that people will use these designs to achieve access without any barrier. A simple one, it's a cell phone, which is very common. So it is designed by different countries, but when they look at the users are all available in different countries. So it's not heavy. That means it does not require physical strength to use a cell phone. And then it also has features that anyone, regardless of age, regardless of and regardless of geographical location, anyone can use that product to access the services on the cell phone, including those people who are blind. They are able to use the cell phone, and then including those who are deaf, they are able to access their cell phone without any barriers. So that's a typical example of universal design and access. So within the built environment, so we have designs from planning, where then we have built environment professionals who are responsible for that, to put up the specs for buildings. And then the only challenge there is that when they put up these specs, is that the part S of the standards is always omitted, where disability is always regarded as an afterthought in those planning, but also during the construction as well. So you will have contractors who will sort of do the shortcuts. In disability, size and space matters most. So you'll find contractors, because of doors with large size are very expensive, then you'll find them trying to find a shortcut to just put doors of a minimal size, just to make sure that they don't pay too much. And then also dimensions for public toilets, paraplegic toilets are of a bigger size. So you'll find them trying to put a smaller size just to do the shortcut and to save cost. So that's the problem that we have. So currently we don't have enforcement in terms of that, of which it could be a multiple reason. Also, those who are responsible for inspections, they are also not knowledgeable in terms of checking that part. That's why most of the most part in building regulation that is always ignored is the universal design and access. And then the other one is that most of government buildings are are arranged through lease agreements. So in the lease agreements, you will find that when the lease are being agreed upon, the universal design and access or disability is not featured in the lease agreement. And then later, when you come and identify the disability issues or accessibility issues, you raise it, and the landlord says, it's not my responsibility. Then it becomes a problem because they signed long-term agreements. So I will sort of provide what measures have we put in place to address these kind of challenges. And then in terms of procurement opportunities, so there are a lot of opportunities emanating from construction. At the moment, the department is not performing well, where emerging contractors with disabilities are not given enough opportunities in terms of contract, small, medium, and large contract projects. And then also employment opportunities as well. With the EPWP, when you look at the statistics, there's a very low percentage of persons with disabilities participating in that public employment program. So that's a serious problem, but it will also provide some status in terms of where we are in terms of coming up with the intervention in that regard. Responsive budgeting as well, we are not compliant. The department has put up some budget to address accessibility in government buildings. I think the previous speaker, particularly on the audit that they have done for SAPS, some of the police station, we have started putting up a budget for it and also appointing service contractors to address those accessibility challenges. But the program is moving at a very small scale. There's no huge impact on it, of which we are also coming up with some measures to improve that part. Training and capacity building on this one, it's one part that the department has been trying its best to come up with capacity building programs, one of which is the popularization of universal design and access, which we want to train our built environment professionals. And then also, we've already partnered with the Department of Human Settlement, the NHBRC, the National Builders Home Registration Council, to train emerging contractors with disabilities at communities. So that's an ongoing trainings that we have been doing, so that at least they can get procurement opportunities within the construction space and built environment space. Stakeholder management, we are also trying our best in that regard because we have we once had a disability advisory council, which then was impacted by the COVID-19, but it's something that we are resuscitating because that advisory council is very critical in terms of providing expertise to our minister and providing necessary guidance. And then issue of reasonable accommodation, this one is very broad because it impacts on all government departments and including public works. But in that regard, we are also available to provide technical support to government departments in terms of universal design and access. Now, in terms of the interventions that we have put in place, one, we have realized that universal design and access currently is not institutionalized, there's no uniformity, and then we also don't have political will. So what we have done, we are currently busy developing a strategy which seeks to put together, because at the moment there are many institutions, including private sector and provincial government and other national departments and civil society, that they are doing a lot of work on universal design and access, including academic institutions. But the work does not find that expression because it's not centrally coordinated. So we think since we are located at a built environment, we need to ensure that we put this one as a main program. In terms of political will, with the new minister on board, the new minister emphasized that he wants to South Africa becomes a construction site. So we also made our proposal to the minister that we want disability and universal design and access to be taken on board to ensure that during those construction sites, universal design and access is also taken on board. And then on the Disability Rights Awareness Month, we'll have a specific program to the same appetite we have on construction mafias. We want to also pitch it at that level for our ministers to intervene when coming to universal design and access. And then in terms of legislation and policy reform, so we are also reforming our policies and legislations. At the moment, the biggest challenge with public buildings which are not accessible is that there are no punitive measures or recourse mechanism for those who are not complying. So we want to ensure that we have that in place. And then the other thing is that we also want to capacitate what we call access liaison officers, where once we have trained them, they will be able to assist us in terms of intervention, particularly on access audits, working together with organizations of persons with disabilities. So this will help we want to pitch it at a level where, for example, at the moment, before the occupation of a building is done, you will find that there are many certificates which are required to be issued: a fire and alarm certificate, certificate of occupancy, occupational health and safety certificate, and so on. But you don't have a certificate that deals with universal design and access. So that we think that is the area, a gray area, which contractors and landlords take advantage of. So once we have that in place, that means that building cannot be accessible, will be flagged as not accessible. So that is why we want to have that. So we'll have a certificate that we want to put on as a policy reform that will be called universal access, universal design and access compliance certificate. And then the other thing is that on the tender advertisement, because clients submit their specs to say, I'm Department of Home Affairs, I need a building of this square meter. But you'll find that those square meters or the specifications, because the clients, they don't have knowledge on universal design and access. And also those who are administering those tenders are also not knowledgeable. So we thought that's also a gray area that we need to intervene to ensure that we find mechanism to assess the specs and then also make sure that where universal design and access issues are not included, then we also include it there. The other issue is the issue of occupational qualification and curriculum. So we don't have at the moment a specific curriculum on universal design and access. So we want to work with various institutions like the NSG and also the institutions of higher learning, including colleges, to ensure that we have a curriculum on universal design and access, including those institutions that are responsible for that. So that's the area that we want to do. And then economic empowerment as well. We want to ensure that our persons with disabilities also get chance to take up this emerging contract works, so that at least they can serve as consultants and within the built environment, because we don't have many contractors with disabilities involved in the project in this regard of built environment. Right, next slide. Yes, on public employment program. So as I said, that there's a challenge in terms of the intake of persons with disabilities on the EPWP program. So we have developed a framework to enhance participation of persons with disabilities, which we started with doing a research to find out why there are no intake and what are the challenges, to a point that we also assess different types of services that are rendered there and then matching it with different types of disabilities in terms of skills. So the research is available. We will share it with the organizers of the workshop so that they can share it with colleagues. So that we are going to pilot it in different municipalities, but we'll start with City of Tshwane to pilot it, and then also then spread it out to different municipalities, where then we'll only appoint persons with disabilities into a EPWP program, and then we'll using those mechanisms to enhance participation of. So we'll have specific or ring-fence certain projects on EPWP for persons with disabilities. So that work is currently in place, and then we also going to have a funding partner. International funding partner to assist us in this regard, particularly on achieving this work. All right, and also in terms of training and developing access liaison officer program. Next slide. Yes, and there's also a contractor development program for economic empowerment. So this is where at the moment we need to enroll our emerging contractors into our built environment professions and support them. And then with the partnership that we have with the National Home Builders Registration Council, it's coming in handy to assist our emerging contractors. So we also host empowerment workshops, where we are assisting our emerging contractors. And then we also, through the maintenance work, small projects, we also ring-fence certain projects to award them to our small emerging contractors through our project management office, right? And then lastly, in terms of stakeholder management, like I said, that we have a disability advisory committee at council, and then also the disability committees. And then we also have public-private partnership, like the one that we are establishing with international agencies to fund us so that we can implement those programs for universal design and access. Right, and then the funding that we also receive from International Labour Organization to do the research to enhance the participation of persons with disabilities on the EPWP. So those are private-public partnerships that we have to achieve our work, right? Yeah, and in conclusion, so we want to appeal to the ministers present here and the leadership present here that they please support the program that we have on universal design and access, particularly on the public service, because it limits participation of persons with disabilities in terms of employment. So they are unable to access this. And then also, if our public transport is not accessible, then they are also unable to come to work. So we want all the ministers and different portfolios to support this work or this program. And then also the support from the NSG in terms of establishing the curriculum and the training for built environment professionals. So that will be very important. And then also in terms of policy reforms and legislations, we also require on their expertise as well. So yeah, that is that in terms of the presentation from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I want to thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from the National School of Government, I would like to share 3 things with you. 2 are personal individual experiences, and 1 is an institutional experience. So I will start with a personal one and then share with you an institutional experience and then finish off with another personal experience. So when I do these things, I'm going to borrow on 2 things, one from the minister and the other one from the chair of the Public Service Commission. So Minister, maybe let me start with you. I agree that concepts matter. And I don't know what we are going to do about it. But this word disability is a problem. Once you start with dis, you are on a slippery slope. It's just that English is funny. I don't know why they didn't concoct a word like disability, you know, because it would mean differently abled. But there's no such English word. So I will come back to it because it has implications for what we do at an institutional level as the National School of Government. The other concept that I'm going to connect with is from yourself, Chair of the Public Service Commission, especially because today is that day that you were talking about Stephen Pantubiko. And he uses the word consciousness. You know, he said Black consciousness movement. In the Middle East, the word conscious. This brings me to that first personal experience that I want to start with. Uncle, I'm not audible. So I must be there. Oh, louder. Okay. So let me start with the personal experience, which will connect with your concept of consciousness, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. In 2008, I experienced a disability myself. I fell about 10 meters and broke this leg. And I was on crutches for a year. I mean, it's still undeclared, but I call this the talking leg because it's like a robot. It works like a robot, you know. The reason I'm telling this personal experience is because when I was released from hospital and the doctor said I can go home, for the first time, I became conscious about issues of disability because I asked myself, which home am I going to go to? You know what is worse about my home is that I didn't buy it ready-made. You know, I didn't have money to buy a brand new house. So I built it myself. And it has the most stupid steps you can find in any home. You go down the stairs for you to come back up the stairs before you've even entered the main house. And I discovered, who would build a house like this? Yes, unfortunately, it was me. It took me 4 hours to get into my own house when I was released. And what was more, because I had to be home based for about 6 months, I had to decide which room in that entire house will I be based in. It had to be a room where I can sleep at night, go to the toilet in it, eat there, wash there, because going from that room or any other room to another room is impossible. But I mean, I'm still staying in that house because I don't have money to. So I'm telling that story. The reason I'm telling that story is that until we are conscious, until we stop just looking, but we start to see, we will continue, chairperson of DPSA, we will continue to lament 30 years, talk, 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 talk. It's because we're talking without being conscious. We are looking without seeing. So sometimes you need a certain level of consciousness, and there are certain triggers that allow that. For me, it was my fall. We must ask the question, what will it take for the rest of the nation? And I think there are certain things we must do in our own homes, ourselves, before we go out and talk about issues of disability. So that's my first point. Unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. So at the National School of Government, we do have interventions that, if you can fly the slides, we do have interventions that deal with issues of disability. But what runs through those interventions is the issue of inclusion, which one of the speakers mentioned earlier on, which is important. It is also the issue of mainstreaming, because we believe that until we deal with these issues as part of our mainstreaming and our inclusion, but not as additions, then that would be the point at which we are able to start going forward. Of course, we are guided by global goals, which factor disability at the center of all that we do. And we make sure that it deals with the rights frameworks. And unfortunately, all these frameworks, including the National Development Plan, refer and they use that concept that the minister spoke about this morning of disability. So what do we do then? We have to do certain things. There are two things that we do here at the National School of Government. One is a 3-day disability inclusion and also a 5-day disability management training intervention. These two interventions, we've worked with the Department of Women and People with Disabilities around those. The content deals with a number of critical areas that the minister mentioned this morning, how we're able to learn, unlearn, and relearn, but also more importantly, how we deal with practices, how we deal with strategies, and what tools can we give as a National School of Government for inclusivity and to make sure that all of us in the public sector are able to respond to the difficulties and or challenges experienced in this sector. We use our capacity building interventions to make sure that we translate international, regional, national disability mainstreaming and equality commitments that are there. We use the content to make sure that the learners who come to the National School of Government are able to recognize when they are not being conscious, a chairperson of the Public Service Commission. And we also want to help learners understand issues around disability responsive budgeting that the previous speaker was referring to, and all other responsive tools that are needed to respond. These are the two programs that we run, the one on disability inclusion and also the one on disability management. Now, let me finish off with another personal experience. Fortunately, this one is not mine. Is a personal experience of the principal of the school. He's fully able, don't worry, he's not like me. But he saw something somewhere and he wrote a wonderful poem about it. And I'm going to invite my colleague Rebecca to read that poem. Minister, unfortunately, it talks about this. So we're back to that concept of this. And it's not a long poem, and we'll close with it.
Good afternoon, Minister, Commissioners, and Chairperson of the PSC. I hope I do justice to this fitting poem by Prof. Busani Mawini. Don't diss me because I'm disabled. Disregard me not because I'm physically disadvantaged. Don't doubt me, for I'm not dumb. You discount me for disregarding your indifference? Dazzled I'm not by the dilapidating tunes of dismemberment. Darling, don't dare dismiss me. Diehards dare not as they disappear into the distance. Don't diss me because I'm disadvantaged. My disability is not a disposition, but a circumstantial disadvantage. Against all odds, I stand and walk, claiming isidima sami, my dignity. My abilities manifest a million other ways than walking. Thank you.
We are hungry, we are hungry, we might be tempted. Thank you very much, Dr. Maja. Your personal experiences touched me. They touched me a lot and took me back to the day when I discovered that I was now disabled. The consciousness. Because you don't know what it means to be disabled until you are disabled. You will not understand. You will not understand the plight that is facing people who are disabled until the day I became disabled. I learned, comrades, that I don't have to drive when I see a disabled person hiking. I have to stop and give that person a lift because I understand now what the person is going through. I was not born disabled, but I became disabled, I think in 1996. It's been 28 years now without an arm, using a prosthesis, and it is so difficult. Adapting is very difficult because I was not born like this. So the message that we are relating this afternoon is that you may be able today, but disabled tomorrow. So what must happen? Departments must work on reasonably accommodating us. And I think they are not doing enough, Honorable Minister, and us as the PSC, because each and every department should have an instrument or an instrument to say, now that you are disabled, tell us what is it that we can do to make you function better. Because I can be disabled in my employment. I might have joined the department, PSC, being an able person, but tomorrow I'm involved in a car accident and I lose my limb. What is it that I'm going to do? Because that's a possibility. Right. Now we are coming to the question and answer session, colleagues. I am going to first take 5 questions from this house, and the Secretariat will help us note them. When you ask a question, please indicate whether the question is directed at the PSC or the Minister, DP, the Minister of The word is so long, DWYPD, or the presenters that were here, if it is public works, if it is police. Unfortunately, social development could not attend. Whether it's the NSG, you just indicate my question is directed at the minister, DPSA, or the deputy minister, or the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, just like that. I'm going to allow only 5 questions from this house because we have got about 11 questions from those who are participating virtually. And it is saying to us, they were indeed active participants and they were listening. And we must give them the opportunity to speak because they never spoke. So in that order, question number 1. Secretariat, you'll help me, Mama. Can we give them the mic, please? So it will be in this order: 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly what I wanted. 5. Exactly what I wanted. So don't be prompted. Thank you very much, number 1. Yeah, you introduce yourself. Where are you coming from? We also acknowledge blind people who are here, Honorable Minister. They are here with us. Blind SA, our key stakeholders as the PSC. Number 1.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let me observe all protocols.
Oh,
You
yes,
don't
thank
have
you.
to. I'm doing it on your behalf.
Thank you.
All
Thank
of
you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
My name is Elsie Mohano. I'm from the Office of the Public Service Commission. My concern, I cannot say it's a question, but my concerns, I can say it goes to our chairperson of Office of the Public Service Commission, the deputy chairperson of DPSA, and the deputy chairperson of, where is this? How can I lose this? Of DWYPD. I just want to ask you to really look at these points. Number 1, will you please try to educate the teachers? Because somebody spoke about children that are dropping off from school. I understand that the problem that making the children to drop off the school is another thing that is caused by the educators. Every child feel safe at school because they think that the teachers they're now becoming their parents. But if the teachers not becoming the parents and becoming the people that are mocking the children or are making fun with the children that are experiencing the challenges or any other impairment, is becoming a problem. The child will never like to go to school because instead of the teacher taking care of the child and teaching other children to understand the challenge that the same child is going through, is the same teacher that is mocking the child or doing fun with the child. I have an experience of that. I've been called by names when I was still at primary school, and it was not easy for me to wake up in the morning and looking forward to go to school because of those mocking ways. We've been called Matlasa and we've been called by names. I didn't know the Babsi Mlangen, but I've been called by that kind of names. So this is a challenge to the children at school. That's why they are dropping off, because the educators themselves, they don't know how to handle them. And another thing is even the other employees at work, at the workplaces, it is important that they are being taught or educated how to accommodate the person with a certain challenge of a certain impairment, because it's not easy for someone with an impairment to get to fit in to other colleagues since they don't understand his or her challenges. And then you find that it's difficult for someone to really be productive because of the environment that is not welcoming. But if the employees can understand the challenge that you are going through, then I think it will be better. Then they can accommodate you, and we can be friendly and work friendly with each and every person in the working environment, especially in the directorate where you are placed in.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to cut you, ma. I requested for 5 questions. which
Okay,
means
can I just put the last one
No,
question?
I will be unfair to the others. I'm gonna give you, you've asked 2 already, or 2 comments already.
Okay.
So I need about 5 questions. So you are given just 1 question to ask, please.
All right,
In the
thank you.
interest of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I take that as a comment that we can package, Honorable Minister, empowerment of educators. Number 2, you are just brief and concise and to the point. Don't lecture us. I think we have been lectured.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable.
Just be precise and to the point.
Okay.
Your question?
Okay, I will be short as possible. My question got input. I've learned to input mental health and psychological support. I believe we need to factor. We need to factor.
Raise
this
your
one.
volume, sis. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think the issue of mental health and psychological support, we need to factor it in disability mainstreaming and management. I'll cut it short, I believe most of us will understand what I'm trying to say. I have not seen organization for persons with short structure, dwarfism. So that is a concern. The scarce, even when I do disability, maybe we doing the short shares even for employees, dwarfism is scarred. And then the issue of Gauteng sport facilities. The department, internal department, they have sport for able-bodied people, but sport for person with disabilities is not accommodated. And then another contribution that I have with regard to sign language training in the department. EDEF have online free learning for sign language. I have been to numerous sign language training. A minute you don't use a language, you forget it. So in terms of wasteful expenditure, I think let's opt for the e-learning from EDEF because it's for free. And only a person who have a passion of inclusivity in disability would have taken that opportunity. As much as we take opportunity in TikTok, you will take some time and learn sign language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was just about to cut you. Number 3, short and to the point. Number 3, I can note him. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Point of exigency, Chairperson, is just to acknowledge Inkosi Wabtelezi and thank him for the kind words, but also in just the previous presentation, or acknowledge as well this inaugural initiative from the Public Service Commission, and we encourage that. The target then is next year, September, where we'll see the effectiveness of this initiative. And hopefully that people that are here and those that have heard about this in the departments will come next year, September, to account more on what they are doing. Then, Chairperson, the concepts. I think we must agree that they should be used interchangeably. I'm not a bureaucrat, so maybe for bureaucrats and technocrats who are planning and do all these things might be difficult. But there is history to this, all right? And it depends where you focus. If your focus and your anchor point is human rights, then you need to use persons. But if your focus is environment and the structure, which is external to the person and the impairment, then you are disabled as a person. And it doesn't also come to correlate well with other disabilities, right? I am a blind person. I am not, I wouldn't be a person with blindness, as it were. So I'm just saying that let's find comfort in interchangeability, and bureaucrats and technocrats, please work with that. It's a scholastic debate, which I don't think it finds solutions, and that it will find solutions very soon. My name is Louis Zumande from the South African National Council for the Blind. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'll take that as a comment, Honorable Minister. Number 4, please. Please indicate your name, where you're coming from, to whom is your question directed.
My name is Jenny Hoff. I'm the national CEO for one of the longest names in disability sector. It's called PAXN. So we abbreviated it to Parents for Children with Special Educational Needs. We have been fighting for the rights of disabled children for the last 30 years. Therefore, I'd like to ask Madam Police Lady, Lieutenant, I'm not in the army anymore, but I'll ask you, when you refer to going to one of our deaf schools, Princehof, we have many more deaf schools in all 9 provinces. So I think I must meet with you so we can ramify the protection of our disabled children. Thank you.
Number 4, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right? Number 4. Number 4?
5.
Oh, it's 5. Okay. We are doing very well. Number 5.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day to our principals and colleagues. I am Bharti Patel from the South African Federation for Mental Health. We are in existence for 104 years. With 17 organizations countrywide, they provide services to persons with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities. My concern, because the Federation focuses on advocacy, awareness, and human rights, my concern is about stigma. I feel over the years working with disability organizations, stigma is the biggest barrier to people understanding disability. If I tell someone I have a mental illness, would you sit next to me? Would you work with me? And that's the barrier. We will have policies in place. We've had the second mental health policy in place now from 2023 to 2030. The biggest barrier is that our public service officials do not understand mental health. It happens in our primary health clinics. They will say, even if you come with a broken arm, they'll say you have a mental health condition, you need medication, instead of fixing or helping the person with a physical issue. My other concern is the role of civil society in helping government. Civil society is always sidelined. We have the expertise, we work with people who have disabilities, but we are disregarded when it comes to working to addressing the actual implementation of programs. So I really call on government, our principals here, to make sure that you ensure that civil society is partnered with as we try to address all the barriers in disability. Thank you. Oh, last one, training. I've heard training is happening. Please come to us. We want to be part of that training so that when we know which are the officials that have been trained, and we can work with them in the field to ensure that they understand the needs of people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've taken 5 questions so far. Let me also indicate that we've got numerous questions from our virtual participants. but our secretariat have worked and they have responded to some of the questions that have been asked. So what I'm going to do while the responses are coming, I want to take, there are 11 questions from the virtual platform, and I'm going to direct them to the various officials that are here, right? The first question is for the Public Service Commission Chair. What is the role of the PSC in ensuring equitable access to services to people with disability and addressing the rural-urban divide? To the Minister, to the Honorable Minister of DPSA, will the public service advocate for the social model of disability? That's question number 2. Will the public service advocate for the social model of disability? This one, I think, is for both of us, DP, WP, and PSC, also DPSA. How is policy implementation being monitored and evaluated by the responsible departments? What will it take to mobilize and implement a singular body to ensure accountability of services to persons with disabilities in communities? So he is also recommending, Honorable Minister, I say, may I request that today we implement commissioning of a monitoring team. That team must be given the right to access all departments' employment equity plans. Departments are not prioritizing appointing people with disability. For example, the Department of Labor on their statistics, check private companies' EE plans and ensure, I think they've missed it there. But this is what the person is recommending. Question number 4 from the virtual platform. Are there government-funded old age home for disabled government workers when they retire? I think it's a social development a question. I'm going to ring fence it here to say those questions that relate to departments that are represented here, then the cluster commissioners will then escalate them, Chair, to those. So we will then communicate with the national school here for those responses from those departments. Question number 5. So 4 falls off. We will then escalate it to social development. And it's a pity, Chair, that they are not part of this engagement. What is the government doing to address lack of services and policies for people living with albinism, e.g. access to RDP medical aid services for skin treatment? I think this one, I'll channel it to the Minister of the PSA. Number 6, what is government doing to raise awareness about disability in local communities, e.g. autism and albinism? The department, women, people with disabilities. And there's a recommendation, disability statistics should be disregarded to understand variability, e.g. albinism, and provide relevant services. The following question, number 8, what is causing challenges in procuring and providing assistive devices and accessing transportation services? What is causing that? What is causing that? I think we can tackle that one also, PLC Honorable Minister. How is government facilitating access to employment for people with disability, given that the average age of school completion is high for people with disabilities? I think here, DPSA. Number 10, what is the plan of government in supporting special school and inclusive education? I think also this one, Chair, we might escalate it to the Cluster Commissioner of Education so that it can then inquire. This one is for Department of Home Affairs. ID cards for children with disabilities not able to use fingerprint due to faded prints. My question is thus to the panel, where to go to obtain those IDs already applied for? And is there not a way to ensure this does not happen to the other users in future? We might repeat the questions. We might repeat the question. So I'll go back to the 11 question, and I think we are doing justice to those that are connecting virtually. Let's take the first question. The first question from us on the floor here. I took that as a comment, but I don't know whether the question was directed to you. You would like to respond.
Thank you very much. As Chairperson Commissioner Ngwenya has said, some of the questions are very specific. They need a follow-up. So PSC has a commissioner for each one of the national departments. And we do have a commissioner in each one of the provinces. So we will arrange to make sure that there is a follow-up. We also encourage, if you have a challenge, for example, with your ID not coming, that you pull us on the side, because that's what we deal with all the time. And some of the cases, we've resolved them after 7 years of people knocking from this door to the next one. I do think that on the issue of mocking of people with disability in schools, we may have to talk about the issue of the presence of psychological services and social work services in schools to support the teachers, to support the learners. But also we may have to talk about training on just emotional intelligence and diversity sensitivity, IQ. Because the notion of appreciating the other who is not like you is becoming one of the most important things to do. Even the AI technologies have not reached that. Issues of affection, issues of emotional intelligence will need human beings to train other human beings to be a lot more sensitive, empathize, put themselves in the space of the others. So I do think that when we meet with the Minister of Basic Education, those are some of the issues that we should be raising to say it's a terrain that we should look into. We're very happy that even the proposition we once made of arts, culture, and sports working with basic education to have programs as it used to be, it's now back in vogue. The issue of mental health has become such a big thing, not only because of COVID and many others. So I do think that those psychological support programs are very much crucial. The role of the PSC, especially in your rural areas, in your urban areas, squatter camps and so forth, become very much important, because in our citizens outreach program, we try to reach the most remote of areas. For example, throughout this discussion here, we have not even yet spoken about how do you assist traditional leaders to deal with people who have disability. When I grew up, I knew that a person who came into the village, or even people who had mental issues, just walking and saying, I want to have a place for the evening, they would be referred to the place of the chief. But of course, in my village, they had outsourced that to our own home. We would forever be receiving these people. No, I started with the chief. They said, there is the house where anyone who is not known, who is not well, is welcome. So we grew up in that particular environment. But nothing stops maybe let me put it differently. The easiest way, Minister, the theme that you have chosen for this year's Public Service Month, integrated approach. If that in the cabinet can be made to be core, because you find that some problems find expression in local government, some in provincial government, some in national departments. Some, when you come to this department, you are told it's public works that is responsible. When you walk this way, they say, no, it's the ICT sitter. Until government works as a whole in a holistic manner, because the silos are the ones that bring the most frustration. But I want to end by saying it should not just be government alone. Private sector should be brought on board, because there are certain challenges that spills to the banks, that spills to the other services. And if you have that integrated approach, I think it is very much important. And for Maja, I think start investing on how you change the steps and the terrain long before you retire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take it, Chairperson, you have addressed all questions directed to the Public Service Commission. I will then give the Honorable Minister, and Honorable Minister will take all questions. Even from
Okay. Thank you very much. I think most or some of those questions relates to one thing, which is issue of access. It's just a matter of how they decided to pose them. But before I address them within a minute, I want to, well, firstly, Prof, before I could say anything, I said I'm not sure whether I should continue because I felt I was a bit compromised. It's because I was feeling a bit emotional about the subject itself. The reason is that at my home, I've got 3 people with disabilities, 3 of them. One is blind, one is wheelchair bound, and the other one is dwarf. So sometimes when we engage on matters, many people look at us as politicians and think we are insensitive objects and we're living far from realities. So for me, it's my unique case. Hence, I spoke about the excesses and shortages that I've been exposed to, asking myself why that, and eventually it is where I am. I think I was put through a test so that when such times come, at least I understand as to how to relate and how to deal with things. Having said that, we should not forget the journey we have traversed as the country. We come very far. I was the one lamenting to say 30 years into democracy, we still speak about these things. But the fact that we are able to express ourselves like this, that's a progress of its own. Considering the fact that we're coming that far. My second part is that I want to apologize in case I offended some people by using some words which from their respective, what you call organizations, they don't use them. But I think now they will appreciate that I was not, in fact, trying to be mean or to be denigrating my approach. I was just honest to say, if my brother at home, you say he's disabled, and said, no, 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 I'm not, because I'm able to do everything. It's just that I'm able differently. So that's a perspective I was coming from. I think Honorable Nzimande there has assisted me with that, to say sometimes we'll argue these things, and at the end of the day, discover that that's not the core of why we are here. The issue we're addressing is access. We have said it, Prof, that as Africans, where we come from a particular era where such things never existed of discriminating and everybody. As you say, deep in rural where I come from, everybody who was disabled, in fact, at home, they used to say we are the home of these kind of people, because even someone coming from far, not even having asked anyone, they will just descend home and want to sleep over, stay a few days. Some we thought were part of our families when we grew up because they grew up with our dads and all that. So in the main, I think as government, we appreciate all the contributions that have been made today. And I want to try and I don't want to commit on behalf of other departments, but I see a great need that this should not be a dialogue once a year. I think we must try to see how often we can meet and have this dialogue, because the more we meet is the more we are able to advocate our message and the more we are able to understand each other. Putting this for next year, the same date, I don't think it's going to help us going forward. But we are going to talk with other colleagues of mine so that we see how best we can intervene on a regular basis. Who is government? Government is all of us collectively in this room. So what does that mean? That means no one from us must apportion a blame to someone. If in my own home where I come from, in my own home, I've got that particular kind of a house like yours, what is the meaning of that? Knowing that I've got a neighbor who is wheelchair bound, already I mean to say that person is never invited in my home. So I think more than anything, Prof, we must try to change our attitudes and be more considerate than many other things that we can, because we all agree that policies are there already. Now answering the questions, government has policies, I've articulated them here, but those policies seem not to be there. Why? Because we haven't taken personal responsibility to say, how do I play my own role as Umzamo now? How do I contribute to this whole dialogue or to this whole issue of making sure that access for everybody, issues of inclusivity. I was having a question when my sister from the police was actually talking here, saying so many what you call police stations are accessible now. I whispered to the committee, have we defined the term accessibility properly? Do we define access on the basis of a person who's in a wheelchair being able to get into the place? What if, like, I can't speak? So meaning that if then I can't express myself within a sign language, it means access for me is something totally different. So that's an approach that we need to adopt going forward, to say in our own way, we must play our fair share. Lastly, Prof, we have also mentioned the issue of intergovernmental, what you call relations. That is the only solution for us, where we do away with this issue of the department working in silos. We must collaborate, because that does not actually maximize the impact, but it also saves a lot of money in our execution of our different mandates. So I think in the main, I will say that those who ask whether we are going to advocate for them, of course, that is our responsibility. We are going to advocate for them, and we're going to make sure that all these pieces of legislation that seeks to help us to get to that particular destiny where all of us envisaged is actually implemented. And we are going to make sure that we also maximize our monitoring processes to make sure that departments do adhere to all our what you call legislations. But I want to pose a challenge to all of us. If myself, I think I must, when I came here to Pretoria, I don't know Isisotho or Tswana. but I made it my first priority that I must at least learn one language that will allow me to be able to interact with others. So if the second, what you call assignment I give myself, I must begin to learn sign language. Because if we encourage ourselves and our kids to learn languages, that on its own is exactly is helping us to get to the next level. Because we can't say it's a duty. Why my son or my daughter should travel from KZN to study in Gauteng just because the school that offers that sign language is in Gauteng? Why don't we consider sign language as isiZulu, isiNgisi, and Afrikaans, so that they will be able to be accommodated back there? So the issue of the gap now in terms of education system and all that can only be addressed. The fact that we want to isolate them from among ourselves to say this is where they should be alone and that's where they should study, it's exclusionary. I hope I'm heard, but attitude, Honorable Commissioner Chair, Program Director, I think is key. Let us begin to be very considerate and address the actual problem. Talk shows, I think we have gone past that stage now. We felt we've got all these papers here that guides us. A question should be, why are we failing to live up to our own, what you call legislations? And also, lastly, I want to apologize to the presenter was online who thought I was referring to them by saying some organizations form themselves for other reasons. I was not personal, I didn't even know, but I was talking from something that I know. So you've got such. So if yours is championing the good cause, so just be happy, but others are doing that. From government point of view, the fact that now we've got the ministry in the presidency that tries to look into these matters is a milestone. How do we maximize that is key. Thank you very much.
The hands are also saying they appreciate you, Minister, that you are still in our midst even during this time, despite your hectic schedule. I'm going to ask the DM, DWYPD, if she's still in our midst. She's not. Okay, thank you very much. Those questions that were directed to you, please respond. And whilst you are doing that, I'm happy that you are here and you're responding. You are representing the minister, the DM, very well. I am going to ask Home Affairs to respond. It will be the minister, the DM, and then it will be Home Affairs responding on the issue of ID cards for children with disability, not being able to use their fingers due to faded prints. They are going to respond, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Mavuso to respond on question 2. Will the public service advocate for the social model of disability? You might see, colleagues, that we are killing two birds with one stone. We are also addressing those questions that were not responded to virtually. DP, even if you are there, Sisi, it's not a problem. Let's give her the mic. This is commitment. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so let me quickly respond. Just to introduce myself, I am Dr. Pravina Sukraj Eli from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. And I am here to just answer the questions that were posed to the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. So for those of you who don't know, we are at the department who are within government to mainstream, advocate, monitor, and evaluate and coordinate the rights of persons with disabilities in the country, going across from how are we doing in terms of service delivery, in terms of accessibility, in terms of inclusion, etc. And that's our role. And yes, to answer the question, we do monitor how we have been doing since the passing of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities in 2015. We do an annual progress report, and we work constantly with the different government departments where we monitor their annual performance plans. We also monitor the indicators in terms of how they're performing on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. And we then take this report through to the SPCHD DG's clusters, and we then take it to cabinet, and you will then find these reports in the government gazette. Now, I just want to say in terms of the monitoring, we have had up to now 7 reports that have gone through cabinet, where we can see the progress that we have made all together as a country, and we have got that gazetted. I just wanted to say that we are here as the DWYPD. We are part of government monitoring ourselves. When I say ourselves, I mean all of us government departments, of how we are doing with our implementation. So we want to make sure that we are monitoring. There's no point in us doing all of these things and we don't have the proper monitoring. What we do currently have is when we go to cabinet, ministers, DGs, etc., are held accountable where targets are not met, and we are trying to increase this to ensure that this accountability is there. One of the key things is the Disability Act, which we are working very hard with the Department of Justice so that we can actually have enforceability mechanisms in place. I am also going to do the way forward, so I don't want to go too much into how we're going to really work now, but I want to say that we did an evaluation on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. And we have also, from that the recommendations that came from that implementation evaluation, we have put together an improvement action plan. When I say we did it together with all government departments, including civil society organizations and organizations for persons with disabilities. And we are now going to be drafting our first monitoring report in the past 6 months. How have we done after this evaluation in terms of our action plan? So we are monitoring that. And just to say that one of the key things that came from the recommendations is that the Human Rights Commission, which is the independent monitoring body on disability, complaints on disability, needs to be strengthened and capacitated in order to take on the complaints that come from the disabilities that cannot, persons with disabilities that cannot be solved by our courts, etc., so that complaints can be handled effectively and swiftly as an independent monitoring mechanism outside government. I hope I'm clear when it comes to that. In terms of employment equity, I just want to highlight, we've taken this to Cabinet, and Cabinet has actually affirmed the 3% employment equity target for 2024-2025. And all government departments, we are going to work towards reaching the 7% target by 2030. And we're working with the DPSA, including the Office of the Public Service Commission, including National Treasury, because we cannot employ persons with disabilities without having responsive budgeting for reasonable accommodations. So we understand this, we're working on it. And even when it comes to procurement, we're looking at ensuring that we involve National Treasury, because the problem with procurement in terms of persons with disabilities, businesses for persons with disabilities, we need to strive harder towards economic empowerment of persons with disabilities, which we are working with different departments, and National Treasury in terms of the CSD database. We really need to look at the system in terms of how we can ensure that we are able to identify businesses owned and which benefit persons with disabilities, so that we can give them 7% of whatever government spend is in terms of procurement must then go to persons with disabilities. I just hope I've answered at least a couple of the questions that have come across.
Is that not wonderful? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm fascinated by the fact that she's not reading. She is speaking. Do you see what God can do? I don't know. Thank you very much. Department of Home Affairs, you here? Okay, while we are looking for them, Commissioner Mavuso.
No, I'm
They
here.
are
Chair.
online. Oh,
I'm
okay,
online.
okay, online. Please respond.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. I covered the issue in my presentation that when if in the event that we don't have fingerprints, the system is able to use a PIN code mechanism. I've details of the colleague who raised this issue, and I have details of the colleague who raised the issue, and I'm linking them with the responsible people so that they are able to resolve this thing, because I don't think it's supposed to be even an issue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Mavuso.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The question relating to the social or the support and advocacy of social model or modeling of disability, I think it was answered. I think Nkosi Buthelezi did respond to the matter, but suffice to mention that it's absolutely imperative to appreciate Uguti. We need to do our utmost best as government to remove barriers that are there that are impeding people from being able to access the kind of facilities they require. One of our constitutional principles, I think it's here, which says people's needs must be responded to and public participation encouraged. It's through that mechanism that we can ensure that the barriers that are there can be removed, and our advocacy campaigns can then really come and be translated into concrete reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You were spot on. I think we have covered all the questions as far as I'm concerned. Am I right? Thank you very much. We are moving forward. Time is against us. We are going to call Advocate Malulega, Director General from DWYPD, to give us the way forward. If the advocate is here, would appreciate that. She's coming again. Thank you very much. She's representing the Director General now, DDG. Oh, the Director General. Thank you very much. Oh, she won't be able.
Now I'm going to be reading.
Oh, you'll be
But I
reading.
need my hands to read.
Okay, I'm going to stand next to you,
Thank you.
so that you use this device.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, here.
So, okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Now the earring.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm also learning. She's going to read, so I'm learning.
All right. So I just want to say, I am Honorable Minister Nkosi Buthelezi. I had the privilege of also presenting with you and listen to you present. And I also was on your platform in Durban last month at the DPSA Transforming Pathways Dialogue. It was an excellent dialogue. Also, our Deputy Minister, I'm from DWYPD. I just want to say to the House that our DM has been fantastic with making herself available. Also to greet all the chairperson of the commission, all the commissions from the Office of the Public Service Commission, and also the principal of the National School of Government, and including Dr. Maja. I remember hearing your voice when you spoke now. I thought, where did I hear this voice? And I remember that you did our strategic planning for the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. So a very, very good afternoon. And for most importantly, my colleagues with disabilities, my people with disabilities, civil society, all of my colleagues in the public service, a very, very good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to do the way forward for this dialogue today. So as I've introduced myself when I answered the question, I am Dr. Pravina Sukraj Eli. I am a blind person, a person who is blind, whatever you want to call it. But I am the Chief Director, Governance and Regulations and the Rights of Persons with Disabilities branch at the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. I am representing our Director General, Advocate Mikateko Joyce Maluleke,
who wanted to be here very much, but due to competing commitments could not be here, and she's sent me to represent her. But she does send her well wishes and her warm greetings to all of us, all of you present here at the dialogue. So I just want to say that as the lead department responsible for monitoring, advocating, mainstreaming, evaluating the rights of persons with disabilities, we want to take this opportunity of commending and congratulating the Office of the Public Service Commission, including its partners, the National School of Government and the Department of Public Service and Administration, for holding this inaugural dialogue during Integrated Public Service Month. We want to say that we, as the DWYPD, are immensely pleased to have been part of the planning for this dialogue towards, and we are happy towards working and collaborating very closely with all the different departments to try and move forward in terms of how we do better as we move along. Now, as we close this critical dialogue today, what I want to do is I briefly want to just reflect on the conversations that we've had. And more importantly, I want to say, how do we plan? How do we plan to move forward to ensure that we have a committed, capacitated, and empowered public service? So when we say that, I want us to have this public service where we place the rights and inclusion and accessibility at its core rather than at its margins. So I just want us, that is what we want to do going forward. And I just want to say, I mean, we've come now almost to the end of the day. And if I say to all of you, can you please clap? Will you clap? Can you clap? Right. So it's sounding still good, right? But I'm sure if it was in the morning, you would have been clapping harder. Right. So if I say to you, we are now reflecting on 30 years, what have we done over the past 30 years? You would be able to, at that point, we had momentum going. If you all recall, after 1994, in the beginning, people with disabilities, it was at the top of our agenda. We were trying to have, we had various strategies, policies, etc. in place. But somewhere the momentum, we've lost a little bit of that momentum now. And what we need to do is we need to recharge our batteries so that we can move forward with energy and reaffirmed and renewed commitment towards pushing forward and increasing the work that we've already done. When we listen to all the presentations that we've done, that was done and made today, we can see that there's been a lot of progress that we have made. We are certainly not pre-1994. We have come a long way in terms of the barriers that we've had to face. We understand and we recognize that there are still many, many more barriers that we have, ranging from attitudinal, social, communication, physical. The barriers are there. However, we are all going to have to work together to try using universal design and access, reasonable accommodation, support measures, and most of all, continuous consultation to make sure that we try and overcome these barriers. Now, when we say we've done a lot, South Africa has, as you know, we've ratified the UNCRPD, we've got the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, and all of these policies. When I said to you earlier, we're even monitoring these policies. What is that saying? We are moving towards inclusive development. The commitment is there, the intent is there. We've got targets, we've got an implementation matrix that we are working very hard to try and overcome and try and overcome barriers to meet the targets. So what I want to highlight and say is that the initiatives, the interventions, etc., that have been made, I don't want any public servant to go away feeling disillusioned, like you have worked very hard, but you have, it seems like people with disabilities are still not complaining or that this battle is not ending. The fact of the matter is that a lot of work has been done, but there is still a lot more work that needs to be done. And I think if we join hands as the public service, the private sector, and the disability sector, we can move mountains. We've already moved many mountains over the past 30 years. And you know, the Lieutenant Colonel indicated earlier, we're doing it in baby steps. You know, it's baby steps. But what we're going to do, I think if we all join hands, is from now we're going to move with giant steps. And I think that's what we need to motivate ourselves, so that when we plan any program as government, we must be disability inclusive at the outset. We mustn't have anything built on as an afterthought. So the moment you're putting together a climate change strategy, you must have persons with disabilities in mind. The moment you're doing a training for employees in your department, think about employees with disabilities who can also benefit from that training. So what I want us to do when we go forward is the following. All of us as public servants, every department, from the ministers down, there must be a high level political commitment that translates from that political commitment and intent into practical implementation. Secondly, we must ensure that we have for a while, I think there was also uncertainty and non-uniformity of how to implement these targets. But I think the more and more we have these sort of dialogues, we are moving towards ensuring that the understanding is there. So, you know, somebody said earlier, we're not just going to listen, we need to understand. And I think what we are doing today, and as we will be doing in future, is we will be understanding what our mandates are, what we need to do, and how we need to work together. Fourthly, we will make sure that when we design any program, any service where there are beneficiaries involved, 7% of those beneficiaries must be persons with disabilities. We must ensure that our buildings are universally designed and accessed, but not only our buildings, our personnel must be sensitized and trained. Our information must be accessible. Our communication must be accessible. Our attitudes must be open, because I want to stress something that didn't come across very, very clearly today. And I'm sure many people in the room and online know it. But persons with disabilities cannot be put in one box. We are a diverse group of people with different invisible, visible severity, intersectionalities, persons with disabilities living in rural areas, urban areas, etc., which we all need to take into account when we are looking at how to address the barriers that different individuals with disabilities face. So if I am a blind person and another person is also blind, it does not mean that they would have the same barriers. So we need to listen to what a person requires when we're providing reasonable accommodation and support as the public service. So I want to say, just in terms of the evaluation that we've done, to give also the way forward further in terms of what we are going to do. We are going to work towards the Disability Act. We are going to work very closely also with the departments, the National School of Government, to make sure that we capacitate and empower and train our public servants. Because very often we think it's just the public servants. It's not just the fault of the public servants if we do not empower and capacitate them to be able to do what needs to be done. And as I indicated, as the public service, we are going to make sure that we don't only serve the public service by persons with disabilities, serving the persons with disabilities, but we are going to include persons with disabilities within the public service as being employed by the public service. I just want to highlight, in terms of our accountability, I think we are going to focus very much more on holding ourselves to be accountable together, because it's not just one department and throwing the ball. And I just want to say, in light of this, just to give you an explanation, as I indicated, we were with the DPSA as the DWYPD last month. We were with the police where we were speaking also last month. We are meeting with the heads of corporate services to also discuss issues regarding to employment, procurement, equity, etc. for persons with disabilities next week. So I want to, why I'm saying this to you is because I want to reaffirm and show you that going forward, there are things being done. It might not be at the speed that we want things to happen, but I want us to all to understand that the intent and the commitment is there. We now, at this dialogue, are reaffirming and renewing this commitment to make sure that we do make the accessibility a reality. And when we're talking accessibility, and as the minister correctly pointed out, we're talking universal access and design. And even when you look at universal access, unfortunately, as much as you can try, and we can try our very best to make sure that we have universal access in terms of our buildings, our programs, our services, etc. However, we cannot lose sight that because of our diversity, we will often need reasonable accommodations and support because certain accommodations and access might not be suitable to others, while it might be suitable to the next person with a disability. I hope that that point is coming across clearly. So just for me to conclude, I think we've heard a lot in terms of what we want to do and all the commitments and all the pledges that we've made today. We've heard the interventions, the initiatives, and we've also heard the acknowledgements from all of us here that we have a lot more of barriers to work towards. But I'm stressing today, this is the point. All our words that we've said today, we've articulated them. We've highlighted the intent that we have. But as we move forward, we need to make sure that all these words that we spoke of today are translated into actions. Actions speak louder than words. And this is what we want to see. And one last thing that I want to highlight, and I think it needs to come across, is that for government, it's great in other areas to have public-private partnerships. And it's also wonderful even in the case for persons with disabilities. But when it comes to working about nothing about us without us, we need to always bear in mind that when we as government work with the disability sector, we need to make sure that National Treasury comes on board to help with co-funding opportunities for non-governmental organizations, organizations for and of persons with disabilities, because we cannot be tapping into this resource as government without remunerating and appreciating the services of this very vital industry, if you want to call it, as we do when we work with the private sector. So this is something that we have put on the table in terms of the recommendations of the evaluation that we did on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. And we will be looking to make sure that we strive to meet this particular goal that we've outlined. So with that, Minister and all esteemed guests, colleagues, commissioners, thank you very much for inviting the DWYPD to be part of this dialogue. And we look forward to working with all of you in terms of providing technical support, expertise, where and as and when it is required. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A hug, a hug, a hug. I think I've fallen in love. Thank you very much. You know, this is amazing. You know, I am now going to call upon our Honorable Commissioner Magamen to give us a vote of thanks, but the minister said inclusion discussion must be genuine, meaningful transformation. And the minister said, all of us together here in this house, we are government. So you don't have to ask the question, what government is doing? You must say, what am I doing? The minister also said, we must refuse to be a charity case, but disabled people, we must be the change that we want to see. And it has been said that our budget also as department must be responsive to mainstreaming disability. Thank you very much for being a good audience. I think next time when this tender is given, I will get it again, Chairperson. I have been granted, Minister. Thank you very much. Asizishayeleni izandla. We have been very good. And thank you ukuthi sinibambe until namhlanje sinifundisa ukufasta if you don't know it. So you fasted, but thank you very much. Thank you so much, colleague. Oh, let's get this one. I'm not coming back. He is closing the session.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Errol Magman. I'm a commissioner based at the National Office, and it is indeed an honor for me to be here. I know that I'm the last speaker between yourselves and lunchtime, which is way, way, way past, so I won't be long. I'm just going to say the PSC has heard you, and the PSC will ensure that we do the necessary oversight to ensure what has been said, especially by the advocate with the way forward, that these targets are met. Because if we don't, and we just leave it for government, it will be business as usual, and we don't want to see that. The minister kept on talking about meaningful participation. I might not quote him verbatim, and he spoke about meaningful participation and no talk shop. I think we're all tired of talk shops, and we must make sure that it happens, Chairperson. Minister, we need the PSC bill to give us more teeth because it defeats the purpose. So as I said, I won't be long. Honorable Minister of Public Service and Administration, Nkosi Buthelezi, Chairperson, Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Chairperson of the Public Service Commission and fellow commissioners, Professor Figeni is our chairperson, esteemed chairperson, who's got the passion, I must say. I've worked with a lot of people, but I'm not buying his face. But I think he's the right person for the job, given the correct and the powers that he needs. There will definitely be change in the public service. DG of the Office of the Public Commission, in absentia, she's not here, but we've got Irene here, who's been driving the program. You acknowledge and thank you. Dr. Maja, representing the National School of Governance, esteemed representatives from government, departments, and institutions, distinguished guests and participants, both physically present and joining us virtually. For me, another thing that came out across the room, especially from the leaders, is the passion and the commitment that was given. So let's keep it that way, and let's not drop the ball and find an anti-climax against 4 years, 5 years down the line, but ensure that we keep this ball moving and we keep it bumping and not let it just go flat. As we draw to the close of today's historic inaugural dialogue, and I believe the dialogue was called because a need was identified by the PSC, that there is the need for this dialogue, although we said it's an inaugural one and we're expecting to be next September again. But the minister said in between there should be discussions and interaction. And I think it's something that I will take into account, Minister, and see how we do it. It is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all of you who have made this event a resounding success. The Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, we are grateful for your leadership and unwavering commitment to ensuring that public services in South Africa are inclusive, responsive, and accountable to all citizens, especially to persons with disability. I think Dr. Maja, he said, the issue of people with disabilities should be mainstreamed throughout all departments. I think it must be there. It must be monitored to see if it's happening or not. But I think as the PSC, it will be one of the yardsticks we will use to evaluate if the departments are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Your presence here today reaffirms the government's dedication to upholding the constitutional values and principles, particularly in service delivery to the most vulnerable in society. To the chairperson of the Public Commission and fellow commissioners, thank you for your continued oversight and guidance in ensuring that the principles of fairness, equality, and dignity are embedded in our public service. A special note of appreciation to Dr. Maja for stepping in for the principal of the School of Government, National School of Government. The principal was here. He's still here. Yeah, he's still here. Thank you very much today. For stepping in for the principal of National School of Government. Your contribution reminds us of the critical role the education and training play in building a public service that is competent and inclusive. Our deep gratitude also goes to the institutions, organizations working tirelessly for us, with us, and with the persons with disabilities. Your insights and expertise shared today have illuminated the path we need to take, ensuring that no one is left behind. Your work is invaluable, and today's dialogue has underscored the importance of continued collaboration and mutual accountability. To the representatives of government departments who presented today, thank you for the openness and commitment to being responsive to the needs of persons with disabilities. Your contribution today signify a step towards strengthening service delivery and ensuring that our legal and policy frameworks are truly effective. Finally, the organizing team from the Office of the Public Service Commission, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the National School of Government. I extend sincere thanks. This event has demonstrated the value of collaboration, and your tireless efforts have made today possible. As we look ahead, let us take the lessons and commitments made today and turn them into tangible action and that will shape a better future for all persons with disability in South Africa. Let us continue this journey together, ensuring that we uphold the values of inclusivity, dignity, and respect in our public service. Thank you once again. I wish you all the best, and as we move forward with renewed determination. Safe travels and good health. Thank you, and may God bless all of you. Thank you.
Just a moment, please. Very briefly, we have got a bite on your way out. Please help yourselves before you leave. Thank you.